Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance. Join host Fearless Warrior and the Dauntless Crew every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Tune in each week for enlightening discussions, special guest interviews, on the scene coverage of news, political events, and all topics related to good governance. Watch the show live on our Bounce Up Central platform and social media channels, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat on Bounce Up Central. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, TGIF watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's weeting, created for we, by we.
Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na. You've got to sow on your own, sow on your own, sow on your own. No, you've got to seek out the sky, yeah, seek out the sky, oh, seek out the sky. Well then you've got to see for yourself now, see for yourself now, wow, wow, wow. See for yourself if you want to learn how to, I said learn. Wings don't get strong, no, 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 until they're tested. And you still don't know, you don't know what your best is, bye, bye, bye. You can't touch your dreams now if you don't take flight. Can you hear me now? Sometimes in this la 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 life you've got to fight, 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 fight for what's right. Come on and sow on your own, sow on your own, sow on your own. No, you've got to seek out the sky, yeah. Seek out the sky, oh, 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 yeah. Seek out the sky. Well then you've got to see for yourself now, see for yourself now, oh, oh, oh. See for yourself if you want to, if you want to, you want to.
Yes, good evening, Trinidad and Tobago, and welcome to Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance. I am your host, and I am here with you. And yes, today, just have some things that I had to sort it out, and to start the show. Today is the day before election day. And we found it imperative that we do marathon session today, talking with different people, getting a feel of what is happening on the ground also, as well as bringing in persons like an economist all the way from England, and to talk about what is happening with the whole UNC and this 10% that we want to pay, and how it will affect the public servants. And we're also going to have we're supposed to have a special talk this afternoon with another ground personnel. Eric is expected to join in between, and we're going to have this session going till 12 midnight tonight. So gears up, get all your things ready, because we're going to talk some serious politics. So I do have my first guest ready to go, and I'll bring him on. Director, can I get the new version of the song PNM Alone? And could we play that version, that new version, and get the show on the road? Happy election eve.
PDP, deleting PEP, deleting COP, deleting PPP, deleting UNC, deleting NTA, deleting. What is that? PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. By any means, they want to defeat PNM, but they realize that is big problem. So they conjure up with all kind of party. But if they smart, they clear the way. But they too wicked, so they have to pay. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. They say the young people would vote for them, but they realize this is more problem. So they run over to social media with their propaganda, but election day they going to suffer. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. We young and strong, we afraid of soul and tongue. Election time, and you know we never wrong. We are PNM, and you know we coming strong. So if you smart, play the way, but I know you're bad, so make you play. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting. PNM alone. PNM alone when we voting. PNM alone when we voting. All other party we deleting.
Yes, PNM alone is where we voting. And yesterday was phenomenal. Yes, Benjai said it. It was phenomenal. And we were glad to bring it to you. Although let me tell you something, we had some technical problems from jump start this in the morning time. We were scheduled to start at basically, I wanted to start it at 11 o'clock, but problems. The heat was just unbearable. And then we said 1 o'clock, and we ended up in more technical problems again. I don't know. It was just technical problems down the road. And then we got it right after 1. And then we started to experience it. Well, let me tell you, heat again. But it was all good. It was all good. And let me tell you something. We are going to continue this mantra after the election. We are going to continue this mantra after the election. And we hope that when the PNM wins, that they will continue to do their cottage meetings and meet with the people, talk with the people in order to deliver on the communities and probably for the nation on a regular basis. Dauntless defenders of good governance, is just that. Looking at the governance issues in organizations, defending it also at any means necessary. And that is why we will be on the ground, we will be monitoring and bringing reports, just like a supervisory committee, giving you reports, on what is happening, so that you will be informed on a regular basis. Very soon, you will see us at the press conferences. Yes, you will be seeing us at the press conferences. And you will be seeing us more and more each and every day. Because as I told you all, Bounce Up is here to stay. We will continue to help and develop talent, people who have small businesses and they need assistance. We will help them in developing that business in whatever capacity that we may be able to help, not financially, but in other means. We have a lot to offer to the general public. We are not in competition with anyone. But if people would like to come on board and be a part of Bounce Up, it is simple. It is simple. Well, let me tell you, I did tell people, I told people on Thursday night when Dennis Ramboli was there, that we are going to see a surprise guest on Saturday. And I told people, don't be surprised that you see Miss Anita Haynes on the platform on Saturday. And so said, so done. And everybody must be wondering, but how fellas know that Ramboli would have been there, that Anita Haynes would have been there on Saturday? How did they know that? How them know that? Well, you see, when people looking for good governance and they want to be a part of good governance, and they see where there's an all-inclusiveness in an organization where there's growth and development, and it's not what they were being told, they will want to be a part of good governance. But I am happy that a number of them have realized and they have wake up and they have seen the light. I welcome them. Although there are people who will say that, don't trust this one, don't trust that one. Let me tell you something. In this life, you have to give everybody an opportunity, regardless of who they are. And you may be very well surprised by some and very well be surprised by some. Because, yes, and because when Kamala Prasad Bissessa could say is party before country. And many of them were waking up to that reality that, wait, now something wrong here. But just that some people doesn't want to tell the leaders, hey, leader, I think you're going on the wrong road. Some of them does not want to tell the leaders that, leader, hey, there may be a problem here. Let me fix it. And so some of them will have this mentality, let me go with the flow. And going with the flow, some of them could cause you the detrimental debt. It could cause you a debt. Not just politically, but otherwise. And that is why sometimes we have to stand up as a people and say, hey, you know what? You don't want to come out in the public domain all the time, But you can do it behind closed doors and say, you know what? Boss, I don't like what you do, Don't get vexed with me, but I don't like what you do, I feel if you try this way, or you talk how you want to talk, because nobody can put it in the right way for you. But you as a people, you have to stand up and be counted. And not only at 5 years, but throughout your 5 years. Because you have to know the value of what you are going to do after 5 years. You see this? It must worth something. It must worth something. Because this one person alone could determine whether you are here or whether you are not here. And that is why we need to respect everybody, regardless of status, race, or anything. We need to respect everybody, including our own selves. So people, we're going to get the ball rolling. We have our first guest in studio, and we're going to bring him to the stage. His name is Mr. Herbert Sambury. Yes, Mr. Herbert Sambury. You remember the song you keep hearing, PNM alone, we voting? Well, let's welcome the man, Mr. Herbert Sambury, or Sambury. Good evening, good afternoon, Mr. Herbert.
Good afternoon
Sambury.
to you and all of Trinidad and Tobago.
Sambury. Yeah, Sambury. Right. So tell us, who is Mr. Herbert Sambury?
Well, Herbert Sambury is the son of Indian Walk Muruga, Trinidad Tobago.
Indian Walk.
Trinidad Tobago, Calypsonian, pan player, that type of entrepreneur, craftsman, tradesman,
Okay.
My life was based on pan and calypso.
And okay. So what inspired you to write this particular song, PNM alone, we voting?
But look, I have the inspiration come
as it usually come naturally, you just sit down with the guitar and strumming, and you know, from the good Lord, just say, piano alone, and that was it.
Mm.
That was it. No more than that.
So,
Just a simple.
so when you went in the studio, how long did it take you to get this song written, down pat, everything?
This thing didn't take long. This thing didn't take long at all. I really, at the last minute, because it's just about a week. It's about a week, and I say, look, let me just go and try and put on some tracks. Let me see if I get someone to do some tracks, and that's it. And after the guy finished the track, I said, let me try and find some words for this. Yes, I know I have PNM alone already. That I show. The rest,
Mhm.
they
So,
said, such short space of time, but I said, well, I don't know, but I tried. 1 week, I said, forget it, let's do it. Mm,
so being that
mm,
you're from Maruga, Tableland,
mm,
that would be Miss Lisa Atwater
mm.
constituency,
Yes, yeah. Mm,
correct?
yes.
What are your thoughts on terms of the election on the ground down in that area? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, I feel it's a good chance, but you never know how things will work with people. So, but I always feel that PNM on top, Yeah, always, you know.
Mm.
So, but you never know how the tide will flow. So that tomorrow is we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Mm.
Well, tomorrow is D-Day, and when the song came out, because Mr. Gibson would have called me and he would have told me about the
Mm.
song and stuff, and I listened to the song. I sent it to the director. We did a draft of it,
Mm.
and we put it out for people to hear because I said I want people to hear the song. PNM alone. PNM alone we voted. I mean, they say it's not a
Mhm.
fast-paced song, and
Mm.
getting people like jumpy and all them things, but it's a
Mm.
calypsoic song and listen to, and you only sing it, but the part that's sticking in your brain is PNM alone, PNM alone, and we voted PNM alone. That's what you're hearing in the song, in the head, They
All
hear
of
the
that
lyrics,
part will be
but
written.
yeah, and all other parties we deleted.
Mm.
So we put together video for you. There seemed to be right. So we put together a little video, and I don't know if you saw the final draft of it, which we just played,
Yes,
or you just played.
I viewed that this morning. Yeah, beautiful. Everybody, but they asking me, people asking, who did that? Who did that? I said, I can't really explain to them because I'm now getting into it. They say it's nice. I say, well, who did it? I say, well, I'll get back to you all later with full information. You know. Say right now I'm just getting used to where it is done and how it's been done and all of that. You
Mhm.
know?
Well, right now it's almost 3,000 views at this point in time, right? And it only
Oh,
came
well,
out officially today.
I didn't know that. Well, good thing for my memory, guy.
The final
Never knew
draft
that.
came out today, and yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
almost 3,000 views on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and people are loving it. It's sharing it. I just would have liked it to come out a little sooner,
What? I
but
mean, say
people
before
are loving
why it didn't come with that last month? Why didn't I didn't even think of it.
it.
No, that wasn't on my.
Yeah, it wasn't on your plate.
No, I was thinking something else. I with the guitar and studying something else, and and all this. Every time I go and look at the PNM thing, and then and look at the election thing on both sides, I see something. PNM just come to my head, so just go with it. Go with that.
You remind me of a man who told a candidate, he said, "Boy, I wanted to vote for you, but when I go in the booth, I don't know. My finger was going in your way, but something just pull it back and put it on PNM."
94 was. Don't play with the spirit.
That is all it is work. Yeah. So, yeah, don't play with the spirit. And strange enough, we said that yesterday, the spirit calling. So, Mr. Herbert, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for bringing out that song. I want to thank you for bringing out the song. And I also want to thank you for allowing us to do something to make the song, to give it a visual so that people could see the song itself and not just see it for a song, just play.
Well, I appreciate that highly, man. You have many more songs to do for me. Please. Please thanks in advance.
Well, I can tell you a number of people may be rushing to say, a number of people might be rushing to say, well, wait, no, it bounce up to do that for them political songs and them much as what they could do for me.
Please and thanks in advance, I tell you. I with this political game, sometimes I want to say some things. I say, because the thing that I hear sometimes I say, I know there is party where you go and they will take a pie and throw in your face and cake and throw in your face. You know that?
Yes.
And people will wipe it and lick their fingers and stuff like that. But I just can't understand why it is people will throw feces in your face. And I think if someone throw feces in your face, you would wash it and sanitize with soap and disinfect and all of that. But it have some feces in your face, you wipe and you push it down in your mouth. I just can't understand it. How you eh? You come and throw feces in my face just like that, I wash it and sanitize and stuff like that. Not wipe it and put it down my mouth and eat it and swallow it and say, that nice? No. Political feces, I call it. And the next one I might make it political feces. Defecation.
So how come we not seeing you for the big yard and thing, man? How come we see you for the big yard and thing?
Maybe I never like competition in Calypso,
Oh.
Although I could write it somewhere, I never really too on competition in Calypso. Because I see, I observe a Calypso competition, especially nowadays, probably years gone by, but nowadays Calypso just compose with you win a crown, you win a car, you win some money. That is very nice. I enjoyed it. But then I don't hear the music nowhere else after the night of the masquerade. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All around the world, I don't hear it I hardly hear them unless it's on some radio station local in Trinidad. And I feel I must.
No, but one thing yeah, go ahead.
I feel I must do song that it must go all over this okay. Must just spread like that. You understand? Why when I send you angels to do, you will be different. You'll find that topic. I figure I must more challenge worldwide topics. Unless it's a party
Right.
song, of course. And if I'm doing a party song, of
Right.
course, it must be even that. Something that
Right.
everyone could relate to. You understand?
Nice. Yes.
If I go to just jump on my regular thing like pan and calypso, what I grew up in, that's my love. You understand? You
Mhm.
understand? All though the world now is pan. Everywhere is pan. In every school in Europe and America and every church, every school, pan. Hmm? So at one point I hear people talking about, oh, they're taking the pan and they're carrying this exploitation and all of that. Hello, it's an instrument. Everybody, the man who make the guitar, they say that, you know the problem, or the violin, you know the trouble. Yeah, it's an every no every time you play a pan anywhere in America, a little child, one old people, and you know what happened? I remember a year was just by the street, riffing on a pan, and an old, very you could see the man look like he in 19, he come down the road walking with a stick, and he stand and he watch. I wasn't really playing nothing, just referring some scales and whatnot and stuff like that. And that old man stand and he watch and he listen and he stand there and watch. I don't tell myself that fella, he heard every instrument already. Guitar, piano, synthesizer, whatever, all instrument, probably everything. And he said and he said, you know that old white man said, he said, this is the sweetest instrument that I ever heard. I will never forget that. That man make me feel from my head to my toe a rush, a serious rush.
Mm.
This man's old man stand and he said, this is the sweetest instrument. I sure that for a matter of fact, he looked like an old musician. He stood there and said, this is the sweetest instrument I ever heard. And I showed that man here violin, all kind of different wind instrument, trumpet, sax, oh, any instrument that I could think of. I showed that fella because he's right now. I saw probably that man probably pass. Never forget that. That thing stayed inside of me. I went up and sometimes I hear some Trinidadians say, listen, I remember I went to date a girl once. And just talking and thing. And she said she don't like pan. Well, she didn't know when I disappeared. I go, that was the end of the relationship. End. End. No way we could talk. We can't have nothing.
But let me
That's it.
but let me ask you something.
Mm, mm.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Pan being on the national emblem of Trinidad and Tobago, as a Trinidadian, do you agree with the pan being on the national emblem, and how does it impact on you as a citizen of Trinidad and
I just
Tobago
I just
now
tell you
that
how I
it's
feel
on
when
the emblem?
I just tell you how I feel what that woman say. Listen, that should be on the emblem, that should be on top of the on top of the airport. When you come in, they're supposed to see a pan
Mm.
up there. Or a whole barn up there. You understand? So you know the kind of love I have for that. You don't have to ask that question when it comes to me. You
Well, I
understand?
can tell you one thing. Well, I can tell you one thing.
Yeah.
The pan, there's a big pan
Mm.
by Mova Johnson that when you're
This is
heading
what I'm
into
saying.
Mova,
I said,
it
when
says,
coming to Trinidad from the sky, you're supposed to see a pan just at the plane coming in, you're supposed to see a you understand? So
yes.
you know my answer for pan on anything in Trinidad. Put
So
it everywhere.
tomorrow, the electorate is going to be heading to the polls. What is your word to them?
Put it on the red. Red alone. Eh? They must be working. Red alone. Red PNM alone.
Yes,
Huh? That's it.
and them alone be voting. Hey,
Alone.
Miss, Mr. Herbert, Mr.
Mm.
Herbert, I want to thank you for coming on this afternoon so that people could see who's the artist who's the entertainer that would have started this song that people hearing. People have faced it now, and people know who is Mr. I wouldn't call him Mr. Humphrey Dickin, but who is Mr. Herbert Sambury, you know, and so you know, it might be a great man down in Maruga Tableland.
Well, I can say,
hope
but you know, I appreciate everything. I appreciate it very much. Highly appreciate it, man. And it have more to come because after the people love that video so much, and after the response is so positive, you understand? I can't help but send the next one for you to do as soon as possible.
But
Yeah.
what is it? How do you pronounce your sobriquet name?
Votioso.
Floristo
Votioso. Votioso.
Virtuoso.
Right, Votioso.
Virtuoso.
Yeah, the name give me
Okay.
problem too. Because I had a friend, he passed now, the young fella growing up as kids, and I used to play anything I get my hand on. So he said, "You that virtuoso." I don't know what that virtuoso meant at that time. I had also go. Took me a while to even pronounce it, but then I see this guy constantly was calling me, "But you that virtuoso," because I'm playing anything, and 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 I say, let me go and check and see what that virtuoso mean. And then it's I say, okay, let me keep it. I see so many different virtuoso pianists, virtuoso guitarists. I said, let it stay that. He don't call him like that. And that time, in those days, I and the late Cecil Humes, this is my show. We were very close. So we used to be in Princeton at Lodian Road at night, singing and playing guitar. Young fella now. When I finished, I had to walk home. This time my son only right in the back there, I had to walk about 3 miles home. I passing through Canefield and all kind of things. Well, young I could have run that time, you know. You know. And I had also walk from down in the town to Indian Rock. I go to my grandfather, say, you had to be I had a pan in the pan yard and I had a pan home. I have the pan under the house. My grandfather say, when I go home in the morning, I leave the pan yard after rehearsal. I go home and I pick up rehearsal again because I don't want to forget what I learned there. So I had to be sharp when I get back there tomorrow. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I had to take the pan and go down in a cane field. Thank God I'm alive today. Yeah. So that was some of the history behind that skills.
All right. Well, Mr. Virtuoso, Mr. Virtuoso, I want to thank you for coming on and letting people know that who is Mr. Virtuoso, and we have your song out on the platform, and we will be so you can share it, you can let people know, and we will send you a copy so that you can put it on your YouTube page and thing also, and you could let people know that this is Virtuoso and
Alrighty.
Yeah, show you.
Well, I enjoyed every moment
So
of
we'll
this
send you a
year.
copy of it this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate everything. All right. Do you? I'll be keeping my eyes
Well,
open.
you have a blessed evening.
For the rest of the evening and tomorrow night, well, I don't have my things here for tomorrow night. I'll be front row seat. Yeah. From tomorrow I'll be front row, sitting and waiting. Yes, sir. So you have a nice time. Okay.
Well, tomorrow. All right. You too. All right.
All righty, nice one.
All right. So we'll take a short little what do you call, we'll take a little short time, and we will be right back We will be right back. The other person, I ain't gonna call the name, but they're supposed to talk in Spanish when they come in. So when they come in, yes, we will take a break. Okay, taking a break. So hey, play that song for me, director. The woman from Tobago. Play that song for me, please. Let us see the new video. Play that song.
Join up in the east, yeah. Team up in the west, yeah. We got this. Hey. We got this. Hey. Hey. I cannot wait for election morning. Tell them why. Tell them why. I'm dipping down to me elbow, darling. From Spain to Canaan, we making it through this moment. You are the reason. Higher than higher heights is our limit. So we ain't leaving. No one behind, we will not desert you. Come on, protect the future. I know we can do this thing, yeah. So right now, let me pick up, pick up. Come on, let me link up, link up. Bring up and let me build up, build up. Together as one. From the country that over. The city and the border. It's the way that we love. Proper representation. Hey, we got this. We got this. We got this. DNA. We got this. We got this. We got this. Whoa, 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 yeah. So many youths in service now, that's an honor. Oh, you are my friend, my sister, and my brother. But what we gonna do? Sign up in the east, yeah. Big up Presley's family. Team up in the west, yeah. Calling out everybody. Here and we come together. United pride and we're stronger. Stand up there as we come to do this one. It's not good safely, but not this red away. Cause every day we keep on. And the journey we keep on. When water run more than flour, not even when I put up this fire. But we stand up there as we come to do this one. Sign them up and we pick up the soul. Now when we link up, link up. We go tell them we build up, build together as one. From the country that over, the city and the border. It's the way that we love, proper representation. Hey, we got this. We got this. We got this. DNA. We got this. We got this. We got this. Whoa, 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 boy. Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting? On election day. Don't care what they say. Who you voting for? DNA. Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting? On election day. Don't care what they say. Who you voting for? DNA. We got this.
Take no chance. Protect your future.
Protect your future. Vote for the PNM tomorrow. And let me tell you, you see that song? That song is one of the most beautiful songs ever written for the election time period. So, and it became one of the biggest songs for the election from Tobago to Trinidad, and even yesterday they ram it out like a road march. Congratulations again to Bouncer. Let me bring on the man Eric. Let me bring him on. Eric, no, man. No. Go and change that. No, Eric, you mad? No, you can't be mad today. No. No. Oh, yeah. Eric got to be crazy. But what? Let me see. Let me see. Eric has to be crazy. Yeah, Eric had to be. Yeah, because where's that? Where's that? No, no, no. What is that? I think he correct that piece of I think he corrected that there, and let me bring him on now. Yes, I think he corrected that piece of I don't know what he was studying. You see, when they want to be talking about Kamala all the time, you see they end up getting gendered. You best never
Buenas tardes a todos. ¿Cómo está?
I told
¿Cómo está?
sí, señor.
Bien,
Yes,
bien,
yes, yes.
bien, bien. Pronto es muy especial en Trinidad y Tobago. Pronto es muy especial en Trinidad y Tobago porque en generales elección. Generales elección. Sí, sí.
And those and that is for our Spanish brothers and brothers who will be coming in. And I know that they will be also heading to the polls tomorrow because some of
Sí.
them will be allowed to vote in the elections.
En el general,
Right?
elección generales. Sí.
You see, you see? You see my time they say see in Trinidad. So we didn't know this talks
Well,
Spanish in
sí
Trinidad
es,
and Tobago.
sí es yes en español.
Mm-hmm.
Sí es yes en
No,
español.
we know that.
Sí, sí.
Yeah, we know that. Nada,
Bien,
nada,
bien.
no, no, nada, no. Nada, no, no, nada,
No sé,
no.
no sé, señor. No sé, no sé. No sé, no sé, no sé. ¿También? Sí, ¿no? ¿Poco?
Yes?
Sí. Bien, bien. Ayer era muy fantástico en Etihad. Sí, muy político o muy especial. Bien, sí.
Yes, it was phenomenal, and the people came out in their numbers, and it was, yeah, let me tell you something, it was a sea of red. I know they would have sent shock waves to the whole media and also to the UNC who was macroing because they keep jumping in and
Sí,
out, in and out, in
hay
and out,
loco,
macroing.
muy loco, muy loco en UNC, muy loco. Señora Kamala es muy enfermada, muy enfermada, porque no sé, muy loco, loco. Señora Kamala, pues está.
Well, I know a number of people are asking the question, why is Eric talking in Spanish when we talking in English?
Sí, hablo español, mi influencia español porque me estudiando en el costat mi bachiller de las América de Latinos y Caribe. Mi profesional es de español y lengua. ¿Sí?
So he is studying, a student at Costad, studying his bachelor's degree, and in some subject, I didn't get the right subject he was doing it in, but
Estudiando estudia en
a
americano
student.
latino.
Medical,
No,
in medical
estudia
Latino.
americano, latino y comercial.
Oh, American Latin Spanish.
Y comercial.
Y comercial.
Com- comercial es business. ¿Sí?
Oh,
Comercial es
business.
Sí, sí.
Comercial.
Comercial.
You may have to
Bien.
teach. You may have to teach. You may have to teach Kamala and them what is
No.
comercial. Because they don't know what is comercial.
No. Tienen un persona en Central Trinidad o consiste de humano tráfico. Señor Ratiram. ¿Sí? So, tú, sí. Sí. So, no sé, no, profesor, no. Lo siento.
No
Interesante. No interesante en UNC. No. UNC es UNC, ¿ok? Bien.
So, no, because we live on an island and we are close to Venezuela. Although our
Sí.
national language is
Sí,
English, our second language
vivimos,
is Español.
vivimos en la isla de Caribe, cerca de Venezuela. Tenemos aprender español porque es idioma o lengua segunda.
All right, but don't expect me to do the interpretation for that.
We are living in we are island in the Caribbean near to Venezuela, and Spanish is our second language. See, Spanish is our second language.
Okay, so you see, no español.
Porque un poco, no solamente poco, más inglés, un poco español, o poco inglés o más español. ¿Tú? ¿No entiende? ¿No entiende? No sé.
Can't talk. A little.
What I'm asking is if you speak little Spanish and more English or little Spanish.
Little Spanish. I wouldn't say little English, yes. But yeah, you're right to that. It's little English. But
Bien.
Little Spanish.
Little English, little Spanish,
English.
more English. Sí. Me, mismo, English, español. Bien. Sí.
You speak both.
Mismo.
You speak the both.
Speak. Mismo.
Yeah, un poco.
¿Sabes mismo? ¿Sabes mismo? No, sí.
Saying uno poco.
Un poco. Un poco.
What is that?
Sí. Un poco es a little. A little. Un poco.
Oh, okay.
O yo sé un poco, un poquito. Un poquito. Ni nieto, ni nieta, niño, niña es little. Ni nieta, niño,
right.
poco, poquito, little.
And how do we say great is the PNM in Spanish?
Escribo en el chat dos noches en el chat. ¿Sí?
Oh, you put it in the chat?
Sí, 2 noches.
Oh, you will put it in the chat.
Sí. Es muy fácil. Es muy fácil. Ese grande es el PNM.
Oh,
PNM.
grande
El PNM.
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 NM. Grande el PNM.
NM.
Sí.
Grande
es el PNM.
Oh, grande es el
PNM. That's PNM.
PNM.
PNM. Sí.
So, grande es el PNM.
NM. And en UNC es no amarillo, no código. En UNC amarillo es no código. En UNC yellow is not the code. En UNC yellow is not the code. See? Código is code. Código.
All right. So after tomorrow.
Después.
After
pronto.
Tomorrow.
Después pronto. Sí.
Después pronto.
Pronto.
Okay. So let's get down to it. We take a short break. And
Bien.
we come back to
English.
Back to English.
And, solamente English.
And yes, solely English, where we can understand everything that is happening. And we talk some serious politics.
Sí.
And then we see what is happening on the political front. Let's get a break, and we will be right back. Yeah. You know what I want to... You know what I want to hear? I want to hear this song.
God bless a nation of many varied races. May we possess that common love that binds and makes us one. Let it be known around the
All right. Yeah, that's a lot of things there, you know. I know what you there. First, I tell him my phone was giving me some trouble whole day yesterday. Primitive today. So, all right, so let's get down into the business here now. Yeah. We go do that. We go do that. We go do that.
Yes. So it's finally here, guys. It's
So, all
finally
right.
here.
So this is it's 9 after 6. It's 9 after 6. And like, I forget the pipe on. I forget the pipe on. It's 9 after 6. And let's get down into it. So we have reached the final, we have reached the, what we call the tail end
The point of the
of,
election
yeah, this
campaign
last, and the last lap will be tomorrow.
tomorrow night.
And tomorrow night. And this is it. This is it.
This is the
This
home
is it.
stretch.
What is your say, Eric? What is your say?
Well, I must say that it has been a very interesting 6 weeks of campaigning. Right? On the said day that Prime Minister Stuart Young would have been sworn in as Prime Minister on the 17th of last month. And then a day later, he would have called the election date, which is tomorrow, the 28th of April. Yeah. So I must say it was 6 weeks of anticipation, 6 weeks of education, 6 weeks of observation, and most of all, 6 weeks will lead you tomorrow to your decision to make who or to elect a government that will govern this Twin Island Republic for the next 5 years. Or if you're going to go down to the wire, you can say 60 months or 1,725 days. That's 5 years, right? So the time has come, and all the hard work that various activists, predominantly in the PNM, because I am not going to talk anything about the UNC, all the activists, all the social medias, bloggers, all the contenders, all the persons who would have put everything into perspective to deliver the relevant and correct information to the public, not no misinformation or no propaganda. It's correct and yes. Yes, correct information to the public space. Yeah. And as of midnight tonight, all campaigning ceased via road thing as of midnight tonight, even social media. Right?
No.
You know,
But
social media will be a different go be a different play. But like the media, like the traditional media and all these bacchanalia, right? But social media will still be active to the last wire until the night when the last ballot is counted. So I could safely say, people, I could safely come out now and tell you all that the seats that PNM will declare victorious tomorrow night will be Diego Martin West, Diego Martin Central, Diego Martin Northeast, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Port of Spain South, St. Anne's East, Tanapuna, Aruka Lupino, Trinity Moloney, Malaba Mausika, Arima, Toko Sani Grande, Komuto, Mayaro, Moruga, Labre, Point Fortin, San Fernando East, San Fernando West, Claxton Bay, Chaguanas East, Barataria San Juan, Tobago East, Tobago West. The only seat that will give us a little trouble is St. Joseph. But, and La Jagota Talparo, forget that seat, will be successful. St. Joseph will be the seat, will give us a little trouble because knowing that they would have shifted the boundaries to more Arangwes, and you know Arangwes is more a predominantly UNC area. So Mr. Diaz thing will have a battle with Arangwes and Bangladesh. Those are the two areas that kind of really giving a fight. Barataria San Juan, on the other hand, will gain more grounds because of the shift of the boundaries to how St. Joseph got Arangwes. Because normally, what goes on in Barataria San Juan, why UNC always be successful in that seat is the voters in the Arangwes area. Yeah? You see the Arangwes and the Bonji Road and the Esokoro area? That is more the predominantly UNC based all over the highway in Arangwes, like Chanka Trace and them areas in the back, these quarters. That predominantly a UNC based area. That is why Barataria San Juan have been successful in the years gone by in 2010, 2015, and 2020. The last time PNM would have held that seat is in 2007 under Joseph Ross. And after that, it has been in the hands of the UNC. 3 consecutive elections. So this time around, it could flip the script now. PNM could take that seat from the UNC, Barataria San Juan. Claxton Bay, PNM would have held that seat in 2007 as well under, when was point up here? PNM would have held that seat in 2007 under Christine Kangaloo. Right? And from since 2007, that seat have been in the UNC full 2010, when Aaron McCall went in 2010, and then David Lee in the 2 last consecutive elections. That is why Kamala would have moved him from that seat because he was very unpopular, knowingly that she would have put somebody there who don't know the boundaries and the constituency on a whole. Right? So, well, Claxton Bay formerly point up here. The person who's there now, Mukesh Ram Singh, he's a well-known person in the area. He lives in the area, and people love him in the area. So he stand a great chance in that seat in Claxton Bay. Kumuto Mazinela is another seat that UNC have been dominant over the last 39 years. PNM have never won that seat. 39 years, UNC have been held to that seat. Right? The last person who would have held it was Rai Rackberry, who is a resident of the area. And you know what happened to him under the UNC, what was the whole problem, and they just called him a dissident. Right? However, fast forward in 2025 will be a game changer for that constituency. Sanjeev Budu, who is a born-bred person from the area, who is known in the area, his father business, you know what I mean? His father is known in the area. And him being a lawyer by profession, he has fight a lot of cases for persons in the area in a small scale and in a large scale. So Sanjeev Budu stands a great chance in winning that seat in Kumuta Mazinela. However, it has some areas like Plummeton and certain areas in Kumuta Mazinela that is predominantly UNC areas. He has been going the length and breadth in these areas, even though the backlash, some of them might have given them because, you know, they will say the most nasty thing when they see a person of East Indian descent that represents the PNM, right? He stands a great chance in that seat as well. Mayaro, on the other hand, PNM would have won that seat in 2007 as well under the then Michelle Michier Boyd. And then prior to Michelle Michier Boyd, Franklin Khan would have held that seat as well in Mayaro. From since 2010 until now, UNC have been in the fold of that seat in Mayaro on that Gypsy Peters, and then he would have resigned, and then the rest is history. So this time around, the person who Kamala would have sent there, right? Because between 2010 and 2025, they had Gypsy was there. He will come out the party, and then Russian Party would have held it from 2015 and then in 2020, right? That seat, the reason why they didn't put him for Russian Party back there now, the person who Kamala would have put there, he's a very unlikable person. One, he doesn't know the area. Two, and I got to understand that financiers in the UNC, quote unquote, refuse to finance him because of their low financial constraint. This now put the PNM's candidate, Miss Beatrice Patsy Bridgelal, in the forerunning for that seat. So that seat and all is a possibility that PNM could retain that, could win that seat in Mayaro. Moruga Tableland, on the other hand, there is no way, no how UNC is going to win that seat. That seat already gone back to the arms of the PNM. Moruga Tableland. Right? That seat has gone back. San Fernando West, well, we know what's going on there, because I got to understand a video I would have observed that the UNC candidate, yes, the UNC candidate down there, the former president of presentation, Michael Dauntlesss, I got to understand that Jack Warner would have gone on there. I don't know what they feel that if Jack Warner is some lord that when he walk, he could cause some ambience to the people of these areas wherever he walk, because he was thinking when he would have won, when he would have fight against Marvin Gonzalez in the Lupino Bonne West, now commonly known as Aruka Lupino, seat in 2020, and he would have won probably about 4,000 something votes. And then the third party that would have gathered about roughly 1,000 something. So he was thinking that those two would have meshed together and would have given the opportunity to the UNC the opportunity to go forward. But knowing that Marvin Gonzalez is a soulfish within the constituency of Aruka Lupino, formerly Lupino Bonne West, he stands a greater chance of winning that seat this time around. Yeah? So, San Fernando West goes back to the People's National Movement. Toko Sanigrandi, after seeing that video that the Prime Minister would have showed of this person called Warrior Princess, right? No Warrior Princess, Candice Edwards, I could remember her name.
Yeah.
Right? You cannot intimidate people to vote for a party and knowing that you have the candidate of the UNC sitting down right there and allow that to happen. So that would have sent some disenchantment within the constituency of Toko Sanigrandi. So I'm proud to say that Toko Sanigrandi is going back into the arms of the People's National Movement. Roger Monroe is going to be the next member of parliament for Toko Sanigrandi. Right? Tobago East. Well, we know it's about 6 persons going to be in that seat in Tobago. And that seat is going to give Ayana Webster-Roy the chance to get through. Because right now in Tobago East, PDP is fighting TPP. Right? The battle is between TPP and PDP right now. Not much as with PNM. Right now, Watson Duke have an axe to grind with Fale Augustine and the TPP. So by them fighting, this is going to give the candidate, Ayana Webster-Roy, the edge over all the other parties within that constituency of Tobago East. Now I can safely say that Tobago East is going back to the folds of the People's National Movement. Right? Tunapuna, I could safely say that Tunapuna is going back to Esmond Ford. Because 1, Esmond Ford is a born-bred Tunapunian. 2, he is known in the area. And 3, People don't want a person who was involved in it alleged certain elements and when it was, you know where, to run for your thing. Because if you cannot have a proper conversation, a proper dialogue, a proper debate, it makes no sense that you're going to represent me if I was in that constituency in parliament. Because when debates arise, how would you respond to it? Because if a simple question asks you, what is a community center? And you could turn around and say, a community center is a center, whereby already is it? Right? So St. Augustine with Runukar Sagram Singh Suklal, that's it. Will go back in the arms, if she go pop and fight. But the people in that seat in St. Augustine, they are pro, or I shouldn't say pro, but they are anti-PNM. And more you see the areas like Bamboo and Valsin, those are like predominantly UNC areas. Them don't hear nothing about PNM. Where Renuka is going to get her votes in the majority is in the Oropoon area, the Kirep Page, the Kirep area, the Springfield, certain areas that who will give her that support. But you know the areas like the Valsin, Bamboo, Pastor Reed Spring, Page, those areas is predominantly UNC. She will put up a good fight. Renuka is going to put up a good fight for that seat. But the UNC will have an edge over her in that seat in St. Augustine. Right? And Shogunas East. Shogunas East have been PNM in 2007 as well, under the then late Patrick Manning administration, where Mustafa Abdul Hamid would have won that seat handsomely for the PNM. However, 2010, Stephen Cadiz won that seat, and he has not done anything to uplift the people of Shogunas East. And the reason why Stephen Cadiz would have won that seat, because do you remember it had a group they called the Kit Noel 136 or 138 or something so? Kit Noel 136, I think it is, or 138. That this individual, Stephen Cadiz, was the head man of it, because apparently one of his colleague or partner got murdered, and it was the 136 or the 138 murder in the country. And he would have formed this Kit Noel 136 or 138 movement. And when Manning would have coalition in 2010, he would have aligned himself with the partnership administration. Hence the reason why Kamala would have given him that seat in Shogunas East to run. And well, he was successful in 2010. And then when he would have the mid office in 2015, that seat had been to Vandana Mohit in 2015, I think. 2015 or 2020. I can't remember what year it was. Yeah. So, and this Vandana Mohit has been the same replica of Stephen Cadiz. They do not seek the interests of the people in Shogunas East, because you know Shogunas East consists of Enterprise, Montrose, Londonville, and these areas. All of Oasis Gardens, all is Shogunas East. And Enterprise is commonly known as a more predominantly African-based area in Shogunas East. That is Enterprise. And you know they have known to be the deceased Robocop area. So you know the elements in that area. And the so-called MP who's there now, or I should say who was there, is alleged that she is aligning herself with the same set of elements trying to intimidate persons in that particular area, preferably people who support the PNM candidate Richie Sukai, right? So Richie Sukai stands a great chance of capturing that seat from Vandana Mohit tomorrow night, right? So all in all, those are the marginal seats that we have to keep a keen eye on, right? It can flip both ways. It can flip either way. But from what I'm seeing, it can flip in favor of the People's National Movement. Because after seeing what we saw last night in the Etihad ground, and it was only a matter of time it would have happened. And let me say, congratulations to Mrs. Anita Haynes Allen, right? You would have endured a lot of not physical, but verbal abuse in the party which you were from, and you would have decided you want to see a brighter tomorrow for Trinidad and Tobago, and hence the reason why you would have joined the People's National Movement. And we want to say, welcome, welcome, welcome. Only in the People's National Movement you could get this sort of inclusivity, welcome, warmth, embrace, right? So welcome to you, Dinesh Rambali, Larry Lala, Victor Roberts. Although he was a bit stray away, but he kind of come to his senses now that the UNC don't appreciate African people. And further, before I end, my problem is, as a Black African or Afro-Trinidadian in this country, our people. Okay, I'm not bringing no race to this, but I'm showing the reality of it. When East Indians join the People's National Movement, you don't hear them bad-mouthing the party. That is one. However, on the flip side, the people who represent the party, who look like me and you, have the worst say about the party and the people who support it. That is facts. Right? In reverse now, in the UNC don't like African people, but the African people love the UNC. And it's plain facts. Now, I ain't saying all, but it's reality. Our own Black brothers and sisters as Bad Modi Party, the PNM Party, why the East Indian don't do it. In the UNC, the UNC don't like African people, or they pretend to in a small scale, but we love the UNC. And that's my take on it. Yeah? So, over to you, Fearless.
Well, I would have listened to some of the analysis in terms of some of the seats and stuff that is happening, and I could tell you, I am kind of staying on course with my 24, and that's just my prediction for tomorrow. Now, because there's so many parties involved, I am not going to put it down to Mohit and just the PNM and do that kind of comparative analysis, because at the end of the day, you now have 17 parties involved, and knowing how the political landscape has changed, people tend to move anyway and how they want to go. But if it is that it moves in the direction, we could literally see the People's National Movement going in faster than the UNC, and I will tell you why. Because of the split fraction, if Ford could move away from the UNC also, but he going over to Michaela Pandey, and because he going over to Michaela Pandey and helping her with the campaigning, and they're doing an online campaign, so they are doing a strategy for a kind of ground campaign that they are doing there. Now there's one or two other independent like Kiesel Jackson, who also doing online campaigning. And this is how it is go. If they should happen to get, God forbid, they get more than at least 100 or 200 votes, that tends to put a little swing on things. Because at the end of the day, it's come down to the single vote. And one vote, and we see it in local government election, where one vote made the difference in terms of where it can swing and where it can't swing. And that is why you don't want that to happen tomorrow. You want all your troopers go in, find all the PMIs, regardless of whether they could walk, they can't walk, they're blind, they could see, they could walk, anybody. Make sure that you carry them to the polling station, regardless of where they're from. Just make sure that they fall in your constituents, in your respective constituencies, and they are PMIs, and they go to that polling station and they vote tomorrow. Because at the end of the day, with 17 parties in this race, Eric, it is something to be of concern, but especially in Tobago, where you have one just in six, it's six. So even though PDP, although I think that PDP may not cause no sort of damage right now, because right now they are damaged, but the other party, which is the Fali and them party, may quicker do a little more damage to may do a little more damage than PDP. So I don't think PDP right now has any strength. They financially they are broke, and they wouldn't be causing any real trouble in the election. For the other parties, they will get like the 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 vote. But the main contender at this point in time in Tobago would be the people with the anchor now, they Fali and them people. But
I
at
see
the end of the day,
I see Toilet Paper Party, TPP.
yeah, the toilet paper party.
All
So
right.
at the end of the day, we need all hands, yes, we need all hands on deck, and they should go out. Make sure you take everybody with you. Don't leave nobody behind. Every vote counts tomorrow. And with that vote being counted, when the polls close at 6 o'clock, because I don't think that they will have any extension tomorrow on the polls. So, and we might have a bright and sunny day tomorrow. Go out. This is your opportunity
Well,
to make your
let me
vote
just
be
let me just add to what you're saying there. When the polls close at 6 p.m., right? And let me say it have 100 people still to vote. They will let the 100 people vote. But after the 100, that's it. So if it
Yeah,
have
well,
100
some
people in the
officer
compound,
will go in the line.
right? If it have 100 people in the compound to vote, they're gonna let them vote the 100 to vote. After that, anybody comes after the 100, they would not be able to vote.
Yeah, once the police officer goes in a line, that's it there. And this is how crucial this election is going to be. But I also want to tell people something. I want to let people know. Do not be cussing your fellow PMI people. Do not do it. You may disagree with them, but do not do it. Because if you do it, you could turn off people from going to that polls tomorrow. Sometimes we just have to sit back, take the shit, but let the people go and vote tomorrow. And anybody who you hearing, saying that they're sitting this one out, tell them no, you can't sit this one out. This one is crucial. This one is because it's a crucial election tomorrow. I'm not going to say it's no mother of all mothers of no election, but it is
This
so
election is very
crucial that
crucial.
if you stay home,
I think this is the do or die scenario of this country. This election is a do or die. And why I say do or die, based on who people elect in this country in the midst of what is going on, not only here, but worldwide, and the Trump administration, we need somebody who could able to defend this country going forward. Are we on nobody or no yes man or no yes woman, or you want to bow down and kiss anybody for relevance? So this election is a do or die election. Is the lifeblood and the life saving of this country called Trinidad and Tobago. So we have to go out and do what is right. People who say don't
do
say
it,
people who saying, what them do for me? What them do for me? Every election is the same thing with them. No, it's not. Based
well,
on who you put,
you
it's
know,
going to impact you and everybody else in this country. So if you feel that
but you know,
that thing, yeah, go ahead.
no, but you know, you say something there that this is the common talk they continuously keep hearing, especially in the East-West corridor. Wait is them people and them do for me. Like the common talk. Now, when you go central, you don't hear them saying that talk at all. Eh? Even though they didn't get no help, they ain't hear them talking that, you know. They're saying, hey, well, you know, we had to look at the own and we had to protect the own and that the kind of talk. But in the East-West corridor, for some strange reason, they have this thing, when them people and them do for me. And when you ask them the question, so when you was young, well, before you were born, and you was still in your mommy belly, and you had to go for your mommy had to go for a medical checkup in the clinic, the neonatal clinic. Did she have to pay? But I don't know. I wasn't born at that time. Okay, well, you're born now. You're big and you have sense. Because plenty of them have girl children and boy children at a young age. So when they was going to the neonatal clinic, did they have to pay? No. Was it free? Yes. When you get drugs in the hospital, when you fall down and break your foot or something happened to you, did you have to pay? No. Did you get the drugs free? Yes. Do you know how much it costs? When I did the AIDS program here, the episode, right here on Bounce Up, and I was talking to somebody who had AIDS while they passed away and thing. And they were literally taking the medication and was not taking they were taking medication from the government and they wasn't taking it. But do you know how expensive one tablet is for a person who has to help them with the HIV and AIDS virus? Do you know how
Correct.
expensive that tablet is?
They put
Then
it
the government saying,
antiretroviral.
well, do you know how much money is that?
Yeah,
Do you know how much
millions.
money for the cancer, for just to get the cancer treatment
The chemo.
for
Yeah.
people, the chemo. And the chemo is a mixture of different things to make it. So you got to prepare this thing for the clients and them to come the next day. You know how much money it costs for that?
Time consuming as well.
No, but do you know how much money it costs to
It's
just to
thousands
do
of
that?
dollars. And you see,
Radiation.
yeah.
You know what money to do for radiation? When I hear people talking about our healthcare system, and
Is it
they're talking
worse?
about,
And
oh,
it's
thing
this
is the
and it's that.
worst. You know, when they go by the pantry, when they go by the farmer's street, by the farmer's street to get the drugs, and they hand the paper, they don't say, well, you had to pay so much and so much of money. When they're going to school, they can jump on the bus, jump back off. The school children can jump on, jump back off for free. Eh? Imagine you traveling
Correct.
from Port of Spain to Chaguanas for $4. For $4. Beat that. You know how much a car charging you to go to Chaguanas? You know how much a maxi is costing you to go to Chaguanas from Port of Spain? Or in San Fernando? $6 to go from Port of Spain to San Fernando. $6. But here
Correct.
it is, you have cars charging you $22 to go from Port of Spain to San Fernando. $15 from town to Chaguanas. $20. Eh? It was $20, eh? And
Yeah,
Derek,
from
to
where?
go
From
Grandy, from town to Grandy.
where? $20. Yeah, $20. Yeah. 20.
$20. You know how much it costing on the bus? You know how much it costing on the bus? From town to San Grandy, $8.
$8, correct.
$8. Imagine that. And people bad talking to jump on the ferry to go to Tobago. You paying $150 by plane and $75 by boat, and they're still complaining. And this is why we have to tell people, when they come and they're telling you that the PNM government ain't do nothing for you, and you ain't see no real development, ask them. So all them houses were built. All them houses were built because you didn't get one. You vexed to the government because you didn't get one at this point in time, or you didn't qualify at this point in time to get it. But I don't mean that you can't get a little starter house. And let me tell you something, Eric. Why I realize in this place, do you know that people who get these starter houses, they get these starter houses, they expand, they make children, they make all kind of things. They move out the starter house. They still go back by the government and say, hey, I want an AGC house because I have no place to sleep in the house. And you get starter house, we can expand. But because the children them don't want it in your own house, you bad talking the government and saying the government and give this. Just like Twiggy, this nasty, deceitful woman called Twiggy, who want to bad talk everybody and bad talk the PNM and say, well, the PNM and do nothing for the youths. And she always talk about the youths and the youths and the youths. When Manning built a house for children, a 2-story house for children, well furniture, everything, and not one child living inside it. But you're wanting for children. Let me tell you something. That's why when I hear Twiggy and them coming out and saying these kind of things, that the government didn't do nothing, and the government didn't do nothing, and the government, and the government, and the government, the government, the government. I just ask myself, well, 400 by, it's 150 to go to, it's not 150 to go to Tobago? It's not 150 to go to Tobago? But when the man, but Bonin, oh Lord of mercy. But it just goes to show you that when you hear them talking, I'm telling you, when you hear Twiggy and the people, oh, it's $2, okay. Well, let me tell you how long me and really travel by the plane. I traveling by the by the boat. And the boat nice to travel. The boat nice to travel. We went up on the boat. We come back down on the boat. The boat went up speed. Come back down with a speed. And
Smooth.
we good. And I like that, Mr. Gibson. She get that house down there for children. She have a AGC house. She man come and then and she inherit another house in Chaguanas. With that business what she's doing downstairs. And they still want to bad talk and tell young people that the government will do nothing for them. Them, they do that. Imagine a man, a well-known figure in the community. When I was in the community the other day, and to him making noise. Oh, PNM. You know what the well-known figure in the community said? He said, don't study she. She don't help nobody. She don't get nobody nothing. Imagine that. So Twiggy can't come and talk about nobody. Twiggy benefited. You remember when Manning wanted to, when she was caught in corruption in the URP? People forget these things, you know.
Mm-hmm.
She that got caught and she had in the cookie jar in corruption. And she was begging, oh God, Father, oh God, forgive me, Father. If he or she, and she was the one that was supposed to be giving the young people little work and all these different things, and she did not do it. But they are the ones who will go all over the place, do TikTok to influence, because they call them influencers. I don't know who they influence, not me and my children. But somebody else children, they're doing that too because their parents not teaching them the right thing. But it just goes to show you that when she gets you in all these different things, she never helped the young people.
Correct.
But they will go and tell you, the government is doing nothing for the youth, and the youth, and the youth, and they're always using the youth as an excuse to get something from the government. They must stop that. To hear them reach a point in their life where they benefited enough and they're still benefiting because you know they'll still be getting things for children in their children home and the children in the community don't ever get it. They don't get it. That woman up in Sandy Grande, who talking out there, she talking out there and the youth and whether she want to know what they're doing for the youth. I want to know who children name is criminal. Who children name is criminal? That criminal mother. But I pause.
Darlon, Bushman, I think, I'm going to say something here, Fearless. I think that we, as a people in this country, we too damn ungrateful. Long and short of it. All of them who costing the PNM today is a beneficiary of the PNM initiatives one way or the other. All of them who costing. Right? This party that present today, all of them who costed the PNM is a beneficiary in one way or the other under the PNM administration. Right? PNUNC come out in the late 80s. Mm-hmm. The other parties come out after. Right? But you see, we as a people, not all, you know, those who suffering from didn't get. You understand? And they entitled to. And they must have. You see them terms? Didn't get, entitled to, and must have is why we in this problem and this mess we in today. Prior to 2010, a lot of initiatives and programs were taking place in this country called the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago under the late great Patrick Augustus Moving Manning, who initiated thousands of programs for young people, CCC, Yapa, must, hype, on the job training, you name it. How much of them gravitated to that initiative? Probably if they had gravitated to it back then, they'd be better off today. Right? UNC come on and win. UNC partnership come on and win in 2010. They shut down all PNM programs in the country. Every single one of them. What they had in place for the young people under the then partnership administration. Live sport, color me orange. Only two. Only two. Right? And those two elements, or the two programs under the partnership administration, breed criminal and criminal behavior. As what Dominic would have said in his constituency, up to this day, that element still roam in the constituency today. Davide O'Meara, that now called Malama Mosika. Crime, live sport, and how much thing happen. Right?
Yeah, because
UNC. Huh?
That area has Crapo in it, yeah.
Right. The partnership got voted out in 2015 because of all this mass corruption and everything. Right? Dr. Rowley decided now to initiate a ministry for young people. The Ministry of Youth and Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, MyDNS. And it have a wide range of programs for the young people. The information is out there. You know what is our problem in this country? Under Kamla Posabi-Sessa and the partnership then had made this country a welfare society. Come, just sign and collect a big check. You do nothing for the day. So you know when they get accustomed to that kind of lifestyle, it's very hard to recover it. And they have these so-called content creators on social media saying on that Kamla, then we was eating, you know. We wasn't getting much, but we was eating. While them taking every dollar they gave you, them give $10,000 and $100,000. But what we was eating. So we get this kind of mentality of a dependency syndrome. That I have to get this, I want this, give me. You understand? Not getting up and go out there and literally look for opportunities to better your life and your children or whatever you have. You're not sitting at home, or you work county work, you work for 2-3 hours, you come home, you sit up for the next whole day doing nothing, and when you fortnight reach, you get a little $2,000 or I don't know how much it does pay. You get that? You buy 2 bottles of rum, weed, KFC, a brand new Jordan, a jersey, money done. You're back to square one again. That is the mentality of us as people in this country. And when I say us, some of our own people, our own black brothers and sisters in this country, not all. I know it have bright and industrious young African children in this country, youths. But the others who want to live and depend on the state, that the state doesn't mind them, I have a serious problem with that. Because I'm going to tell you something, fearless. They see tomorrow, based on the outcome of tomorrow, people in this country will decide if they have a job, if all them programs that Foster Cummings would have initiated already then under Dr. Rowley, all these things had to come into play. Because jump high, jump low, your vote matters. Whether you're not interested, you're not voting because that ain't give me nothing, your vote matters. It matters to where you stand as a citizen. and where the country is going forward, where you live. And based on your decision, it will not be a problem. Because let me say today or tomorrow, the UNC come and they win the election. Right? Who you gonna blame? The PNM? You blame yourself. Why? I shoulda, I coulda, and I woulda. Too late. Too late. Too late. You understand? Because and you see, some people, fearless, don't know the serious repercussion of the IMF. You see, those who born in 2010, 2015, and this age gone there, they don't know nothing what happened in 2010 under Kamala and what happened in 1986 under the NAR administration. So that is why they want to think this kind of mentality. But today or tomorrow, IMF come in this country, we in trouble in this country. Because let me tell you something. Let me tell you something before I end. They want to talk about all these eye in the sky programs and dreams on the other steady country. Where you all getting the money from? Up to now, Kamala can answer that question. You know why? When did the value, not if you know, when did the value the TT dollar? Right? And they're paying exorbitant amounts of money for goods and services in this country. But tell them something. All those who want to play maths and things for carnival every year, and they value the US dollar. I mean, the $50, sorry. Or whatever. Or whatever it's doing. Right? And a costume before you used to pay $10,000, $12,000 for the 2 days, right? And they value that currency. How much do you think they're going to pay for a costume going forward? Or can that $30,000, $40,000? And that is going to put a dent on the economy in this country. And then carnival, only tourists could come here and play mass. And how many tourists do you want to get in this country to play mass?
Well, let me show you where
everything now will come into play.
Well, let me show you
go ahead.
But let me show you where she's going to get the money.
Let me show you where she's going to get the money. UTC, we can use their cash balances. NIB, UTC, we can use their cash balances. We can use their cash balances.
No man, Kamala. No man. You see what Kamala today? All right.
Yeah. She went back and take the 25 cents.
No man. Ooh, that is low.
NIB,
No man, take it.
UTC, we can use their cash balances. NIB, UTC, we can use their cash balances. We can use their cash balances.
No man, Kamala man. No man. No. Break the piggy bank. Oh God, you don't take all the money from NIB. You take all the money from UTC. You take all the money from all over the place and you still go back for that penny, boy. You have all the money or you still nah, I don't get that one. I don't get that.
Shall I get that too? Where the hell? Desperation is key, you know.
No man.
Desperation is key.
Oh Lord, is it right?
Lower than the white in the road.
No, but let me tell you, let me tell you this, right? I would have been around 6 years at that time when Robinson and them came into office. And I could tell you, It was difficult. It would have been hard. Unions was, you know, when he came and he tell unions, I used to watch TV.
Oh shit, man.
I used to watch TV a lot. And he would come and he would say they had to bring out austerity measures at that time. And it's when they stood up in the parliament and the Minister of Finance said that they had cut public servants, salary, COLA, you know. That would have been a turning point because my mother, who was a public servant at the time too, remember people looking out for the money to enjoy the little money, and you had to cut this money because why? Robertson went to the IMF to borrow money, and here it was pressure going down the road. Pressure going down the road. You couldn't get drugs in the hospital. Robinson so wicked. Robinson he dead and gone, but he was so wicked at the time. The man even went up on top of the red house and take down the dove and pop a dragon. A dragon, you know. People forget that. You couldn't get meals in the schools. All that done. No breakfast, no lunch. But they used to get evening snack and all kind of thing too long time. But all that done. It was pressure. Pressure. When I tell you pressure, pressure. Public servants couldn't see the way in Trinidad. They couldn't. And when you hear Kamala Prasad Bissessa saying that she want to go and take out money here, take out money there, take out money all over the place. She doesn't know where she get any money from, so she will be following a Trump behavior to go and take money from the IMF, put us in the IMF, and when the IMF ready now, it's all kind of austerity measures we have to undergo. And the people will bawl because all them new programs will go. All social programs gone. Free education gone. Everything gone. Because the IMF don't like nobody. If you read their policies, they don't like nobody. And they strive over the third world nations because they know for a fact that they will have to listen to us because we giving them the money to pay the public servants and them. It was something that, let me tell you something, that time period was a period that we must never go through again in life. Never. Because the day we sit down and go through an IMF raid again, but tell yourself, I don't think plenty people might be able to survive another IMF attack on this country if Kamala Prasad Bissessa bring them here. I'm telling you. And even when you look at it, Eric, fast forward to 2025, you are going to see a ministry. Imagine you have a prime minister is talking about a ministry of implementation. And there are people who are vexed when they hear that. They're asking the question if the Ministry of Public Administration will be done away with. But if you bring in a Ministry of Implementation, who say again rid of the Ministry of Public Administration or the Ministry of Service Commission? Nobody never said that. But again, it just goes to show you that people will go all out of the way to promote propaganda. A Ministry of Implementation, because when Stuart Young realized that, wait now, imagine you building a building, and to build a building taking you 6-7 years. You remember
To
you only
finish.
have a lifespan in politics of 5 years. You only have a lifespan of 5 years. And what I mean 5 years, remember every 5 years you have an election.
Yeah.
So if you want to build this building within this 5-year period, you have to go through all the red tape. You see when they're now getting the final approval for the port, you look how
Yeah.
long that port we talked about. Look how much things have to go through. Make sure all the COCs, you name it, every single thing. And look when it now looking to get the final approval. So they was building the road, they started to do all the implementation of everything. But you see when it now coming through, why we have to be going through that in this country? And that's why Mr. Stuart Young realized that, hey, we need a ministry of implementation. We need a ministry of
Correct.
implementation. We
Correct.
need a ministry to also not just be on social media whole day, whole night, and the education level dropping. You talking about only 36% of people passing the CSEC. 36% out of 100, you know. That could never be. And here it is. The Prime Minister is talking about, yeah, using social media to make learning fun for our young people. But Kamala Prasad, Big Sessa, and them don't want that. You hear what they're talking? We bringing back the baby milk grant. Because
Now
you know
what's
why?
in yeah.
They bringing back a baby milk grant because they want these women, they want women who not to, well, I just say not to right in the head to be going out just making children, making children, making children,
No, not only
making children.
not only that too, not only that too, fellas. They want to target a particular group of people in this country, with that $500 baby grant shipping this. You
No, I
understand?
wouldn't say that.
And then, and
No,
then
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, Eric. It's not a group of people. No. They are targeting people. Well, you're right into some point, but not really. They're targeting those who not to write in the hand. Because if it is that you telling people you gain them $500 for baby milk, you know what them young mothers and them, you know what them women, them young mothers will be doing? They will go and say, well, you know what? Let me hey, I like your girl. Yes, the promise them the moon, the stars, the wind, everything they promising them. The whole kitchen garden, the Garden of Eden. All right, bam, 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 2 nights of sex, bam, hey, baby, come in, you know. Don't worry yourself, baby.
I'm going on.
Kamala gave me
That's all right.
$500 in baby milk.
I'm gonna tell you 1 minute, fellas. I'm gonna send you something here, right? That I've seen here on Facebook right now. I want to send you the link, right? And I want you to analyze to me where UNC got this color from. I'll send it to you now.
Well, send it, yeah, send it. But it just goes to show you that this baby, you know, when I hear, let me get the on Thursday night for those who would have taken the message on Thursday night. Let me get it. Let me get it. Let me get it here. I will come back to that. Hold on. Oh, yes, I don't remember. I don't want to have no senior moments like we have in the. Yeah, When I could hear electronic monitoring system to be implemented for both males and females, Eric, I know for a fact that there are people who commit crime in this country and they get off scot-free. We have all the equipment here that already was purchased for these things, and it's time to utilize it and implement it. And these are some of the things that gender-based violence, the Prime Minister wants to deal with that for both male and female too. Now I know, I don't know if Barry Padarat might be the Minister of Gender Affairs, but we will have to wait and see. But I have a list here, and we will go through that in time to come just now. The so-called cabinet that they have already done pre-appointed in front. But digitalization for the next generation, people not understanding. Do you realize, Eric, that every meeting you go to with the Prime Minister, he has to show you something on that board. He's showing you how technology, we have to use technology every single time. The Prime Minister for technical vocational education in all secondary schools, because long time certain schools did not have it. Not the quote unquote government, but the so-called denominational schools didn't have these things. And here it is, the Prime Minister wants to implement that, which will level the playing field for everybody. So even if you're not too in the academics and you can get it trade, it will still help you in the academics. So you're still not to learn the same maths, the same thing, but at least you'll learn it through that aspect. Targeting of the students' wellness, for student wellness and support systems for males and young females in school. Imagine that. Imagine that. Because let me tell you something, eh? Do you know, Eric, that a number of young children fall into the cracks, fall into them cracks? Because why? They have a learning disability. And for years, people never used to take it on. But this administration understood what was happening. And in schools, you have people who are doing assessments. You have those who are helping the ones who are weak. You have those who doing all the necessary things to bring up these children up to their standard, so that people will say, well, okay, boy, you done see, or you in good, you had a hearing. The Prime Minister is now looking at, hey, the Ministry of Education has to implement these things so that we can stop children from falling through the cracks. EduFlick for children, instead of children staying up whole night or whole day and they just on the computer, make educational learning fun. This is the kind of programs that people want to see in the schools. They want to see the children at home. So when they say the TV teaching the children, it must be the programs that is now going to be implemented to teach the children and them the programs. To teach them maths, teach them English, teach them everything. Make it fun. Make it so that they don't fall asleep. Because TikTok and Instagram and all that, let me tell you something, there's toxic places. Eh? There are a lot of toxic places and bullying that take place on Facebook. All these things just happen on social media. And our children are not properly protected by these social media. They don't care. Wherever they put out there, they put it out there. They don't care about you. And they tell you, well, if the person want to attack you, they attack you. If they don't want to attack you, well, it's up to them. And that's the kind of thing that we have to look at. We have to look at early mental assessment for school children. So from infants department, you're targeting it. And I would want to hear what tutor and all of them would have to say about these programs that come in for the schools, especially expanding the youth programs so that the same Ministry of National Youth and Development, National Youth Development, but now target these children and these young and expand the programs to take in more. You understand? And also job matching database. So like we will hear a person is a welder. They can now go and they can apply for a job as a welder in a ministry or in a private job, a plumber in a private company, and all these different things. So when you look at
it, yes, 1 minute. I'm gonna say something.
No, just a minute, Eric. But when you look at it, it is about development of the young minds. And this is what the Honorable Stuart Young wants to bring and implement so that we will have a different generation that is going forward. And not a generation that is just going to be looking at being left behind. But go ahead, Eric.
I said here two things here.
Yeah, just send them. Go ahead, you go ahead.
That's no. That's no, right?
So
that's no.
So when we look at it, we have a decision to make in terms of our children being and not be left behind. So more statistics will come out and we will hear from the educators and all them in terms of how we are going to implement some of these programs. And that's why we need to go out there and vote in this election. It is crucial. But go ahead.
I must echo same sentiments of what you are saying there. But the opportunity lies on the individual. You have to know what you want to achieve in life, right? Nobody else can want it for you other than yourself, right? As always say, God didn't create stupid people. He created with 5 senses and a freedom of choice, right? Now, everybody wouldn't be academically inclinated or inclined, right? Some might do better with trade. Some might do better with the studies. So it based on your level of your IQ, right? But my thing is, right, when there are opportunities for us, and it's only in this country, you get them thing, eh? Because outside of Trinidad Tobago, you have to pay for it. It ain't free, right? So when the opportunity arises, you have to take advantage of the opportunities. But no, like I said, we want to be a dependent society that the government have to give you this, and the government must give you this, and you want this, and give me this, and so you're going. You understand? So I agree with all these sentiments you're making, but at the same time, people need to get up off the laurel and on the block and go and get what you want. There are 24 hours in a day, and they don't expect to sit down 24 hours in a day doing nothing. Time waits for no one. So that hours you're missing, that your life dwindling away. You understand? And it all comes back down to society. We need to be educated on our history as a society. Because you know, it has some people in this country are very ignorant and illiterate. Illiteracy plays a significant role on an ignorant mind, on a misinformed mind. You see, when you're not getting the correct information and when people try to give you the proper information, you want to be ignorant to the facts. And it's reality. It is reality. We just want to be ignorant, and this is where the UNC opposition does use that against against the people. The ignorance and of the mind create illiteracy of people. You understand? And yeah. All right, answering something there. I don't know if you want to play it and the show the
Well,
the viewers
I
and
wouldn't. Well, that. And then to the next one is not even that in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know what they try to do there, but I'm not even Trinidad and Tobago. You see, we have to be careful in giving these people and them too much
lifeline.
too much play at this point in time. Yeah, because now is the time where we have to focus on what is happening. Because let me tell you something. You see, this crucial time, Kamala, me do care if she's swaying left, swaying right. She falling forward, falling back, somebody to hold she hand. Let me tell you something. You see the Prime Minister, a visionary. You see, when Dr. Rowley watched this young man, and mentored this young man, he would have been 40 at that time. When he was about 40, and he came into the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, and Dr. Rowley would have mentored him. He would have been around Dr. Rowley. He would have seen how Dr. Rowley would have been operating. He would have known, well, okay, yes, thing. And especially when Dr. Rowley watched negotiation skills. Say, yes, boy, you're good, You're good. I could use you, Let me go. Anyway, we going. Stuart Young. Anyway, going. Where's Stuart? Stuart, you're on the train? Stuart, I want to hear. Stuart, I'm calling for meeting. Stuart, we're going to deal with BP. Stuart, we're going to deal with Shell. Stuart, you're playing in this ministry. Taking you and playing in this one. Taking you and playing in this one. What? Let me see if you can operate in Ministry of National
Security.
in national security. And every way you put him, he seems to be able to function and do the job. And that is why when you watch what is now being presented to you, you see, let me take it on history lane, Eric. what we have now is a little different to what we had back in 1986. When in 1981, when the Prime Minister would have passed away in office, and that would have been Dr. Eric Williams. And here it is, George Michael Chambers had to assume that position. Because you fall in the shoes of a man who was the father of the nation, you know. You come in now to fill their shoes. And here now, Chambers did all we could have done. But you know what? They said, nah, boy, Chambers, you ain't ready yet. They couldn't fill their shoes. But what Dr. Rowley did this time, because he's a man of history too, he mentored him. He made sure people get to know him. Because there are people who still don't know certain people in the ministry, in government. But he made sure that people knew who was Stuart Young. They used to call him the minister of everything. And how he always going to act. And how he going to think. What he get to act? I thought it was embarrassed and just for the media going down the road. And here, when the opportunity arises, the Prime Minister say, you know what? I tell you, I'm going home. But nobody put the house in order. So you know what? I put in forward a man. I put in forward the name of Stuart Young. And he got that vote. And when he got the vote of 11, you realize on Saturday, no, not even on Saturday, but every way, even for nomination day, everywhere Stuart Young went, these children running out and embracing Stuart Young. You realize that, Eric? Everywhere that Stuart Young went,
to the Pune especially.
everybody. You understand? Not only they alone, but everywhere. Imagine a woman in Grandy. I don't know if you saw it. I don't know if you saw it. Where this woman had a little child and she was crying. She literally said she was talking to them and crying. And Stuart Young took the child on top of the stage.
Yes.
Took the two children on top of the stage. The woman was crying. She was saying, oh God, Stuart Young, Stuart Young. And it just
The
goes
voice
to show
of
you.
the voice of the people, you know.
But telling you, because she saw something. And she said, yes, that man has to be the Prime Minister of this country.
So wait now.
Imagine that.
You didn't see the video with a woman, a resident in Claxton Bay who ran hug up the candidate Mukesh Ram Singh, and she started crying. She said, oh God. Let me look for that and I'll finish there. Hold on,
But it just goes to show you. It just goes to show you that every way that Stuart Young go, even yesterday, first I tell you, the place was hot. It was so hot and humid that the announcer keep bawling, oh, you come forward now, come forward now. Everybody looking for shade. Everybody looking for shade. He's saying come forward, people coming forward. But they ain't coming forward because the sun was really hot. And as they put on the song, Stuarty, a man of energy, you know, I could have swear I was stampede. I had to actually duck and run in that corner because of that mash up. If you see how the people run, especially young people, they ran to that stage as though, hey, is a big entertainer on top of the stage there. And you know, some entertainers, people is running, you know, to the entertainer. It was the first time. I said, look how these people running, boy. And that to me said a lot in terms of the people gravitating. Imagine Dennis Ramboli wake up the morning and he realize, hey, you know, I'm going by Stuart Young. Larry Lala, I'm going by Stuart Young. Colin Patap, I'm going by Stuart Young. You name it, they come in. And Anita Haynes realized it too, I'm going by Stuart Young. They gravitating. And if people not seeing that, then I don't know what it is they want to see again. You seen a man that could negotiate, not just negotiate, you know, but he's a people's person. He's a people's person. He's not afraid to hug you. He's not afraid to shake your hand. He embracing you. He jumps off the plane. He run into the walk. He run from cabinet. He running up here. He going there. If he had to go 3-4 places at the same time, imagine he went to open the road in Sandy Grande drive. He went to the cabinet. At the cabinet post meeting. Come on, no, he was up in Sandy Grande. Run down the road to the post cabinet meeting. Run back up the road for the meeting in Grande. And you telling me that is not what you call a quality leader? That is what you call a quality leader?
Stuarty.
So we have to be mindful.
You understand?
And 8 o'clock, we're gonna have at 8 o'clock we're gonna have at 8 o'clock we will have our economist who will be coming in, and he will be coming in at 8 o'clock, and we'll be discussing the economy, and also with the Kamala, with this whole thing with Kamala talking about the valuation of the dollar. We're going to talk about how is it going to impact on the country, and what does this mean for Trinidad and Tobago? Yeah, for Trinidad and Tobago, and so we're gonna talk a little bit with our economists, and when I tell you, we have a
Can I dive into the listing of the UNC proposed? Right.
Well,
so I'm gonna read it.
Hold on. Let me take a little break, and when we come back, we dive straight into the
list.
Into the list.
Yeah.
We're gonna dive straight into that. Listen to this.
The UNC proposes to change the color of the Red House.
Of enterprise. We will change that color from red when we go into government. Not state building. No state building.
The UNC proposes to change the color of the Red House.
Of enterprise. We will change that color from red when we go into government. Not state building. No state building.
Fellow citizens, it has been brought to my attention that on a UNC platform last night, the head of the PSA, the Public Service Association, has made a completely false allegation and is trying to manipulate the minds of our WASA workers and the population. I stand here today and categorically give you the assurance that the PNM and the government that I lead has absolutely no intention of privatizing WASA or laying off workers. at a particular point in time when consideration was being given as to the future and how to shape WASA, we did receive a report that talked about various options. As you now know, that was rejected, and what we did instead was we restructured the management of WASA. We have a new CEO in place. We recruited a new CEO. What you saw was the then Minister of Public Utilities, the Honorable Marvin Gonzalez, work with WASA to increase water supply across Trinidad and Tobago. And now we're at the highest level of water supply. That was done with the assistance of our WASA workforce. So please reject these lies from the UNC platform, and in particular, reject the head of the PSA and all of her falsehood, her lies. We will continue to manage WASA and to do it well with our WASA workforce.
Red and ready, here we on. Red and ready, here we on. Calling out the Red Army. Red and ready, here we on. Yeah. We on. Oh, na na na. Red and ready, here we on. Calling out the Red Army. Red and ready, here we on. Trinidad and Tobago. Red and ready, here we on. Yeah. We on. Yeah. We ready now. Calling the Red Army. Calling out all of we friends and family with love for TNT. From the mountain top to the valley low, everywhere we go, country before party. B&M, we working together, we building together, and we'll make it better. B&M, side by side together, we standing together for our nation's future. This is a movement, we all in together, not just for one. My sister, my brother, Balize in your hand. B&M is the plan, ready, hold it steady. B&M, we all in. One not going through event. We all in. Ready be on the road again. We all in. Every grade and every race. We all in. Together, no
All right, so we are back. Eric. All right, so let's deal with the manifesto. And let's look at the manifesto. I'm not dealing with nothing that dealing with this woman who looking like she drifting on no stage. Tonight is PNM night. We're dealing with PNM business, and we going PNM way. So let me go. Eric.
PNM, 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 PNM. Right. So what do you going to discuss? The manifesto or the proposed?
No, we go the manifesto. Who manifesto? Who manifesto?
Sorry?
Who manifesto?
Right. Let me deal with the
No.
1 minute, 1 minute. That's all, right? That's all.
Nah, man. Where's that? Something wrong with look now. All right. So let me dive into it. Let me dive into it. So, right. Yeah. So, their team attached below is the proposed cabinet pick under Kamala Prasad Bissessa in the upcoming administration. I must emphasize in the strongest possible term, this information is not to be shared, followed, or discussed outside of this chat. Any leaks could compromise our strategic response. Proposed cabinet appointment. Eric.
Right. Proposed cabinet appointments. Strictly internal business. Now, when is it strictly internal, that means to say only them should know. The whole population should know, right?
Yeah.
So I digress. We have the Prime Minister in waiting, the Honorable, I should say Honorable, Kamala Prasad Bissessa, SCAMP. Attorney General, Anna Ramlogan, SCAMP. Minister of Finance, Rudan Munilal. Minister of Energy, that's not right. Minister of Energy, Barry Padarat. Minister of Education, Tim Gopi Singh.
No, you run past the wrong. Minister of Works.
No, I'm going in order here. I'm going in order here. Yeah.
Oh, you all left the front of mine. Okay, go ahead. We are waving.
Right. Minister of Health, Dr. Lakram Bodo.
Yeah. Let me go.
Lakram Bodo.
Let me go. Yeah, I don't know who he was waving and talking to, but all right, let me go. Right.
Lakram Bodo.
Minister of Education.
Right. Minister of Health, Lakram Bodo. Hear the big one, eh? Hear the big one. Fearless. Hear the big one. Minister of Trade and Industry, Philip Edward Alexander. Beat that. The next one, Minister of Tourism, Trade and Industry, Philip Edward Alexander. Minister of Tourism and Culture and the Arts, Ravi Ratiram. Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Brian Big. Special Liaison to Community Outreach and Gang Rehabilitation, Fuad Abubakar. Minister of Rural Development. Huh?
How are you getting there?
I don't know, sir. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Glenn Ramadar Singh.
He come back again?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Minister of Works and Transport, Mr. Jolene John.
Miss. Outside of the program, we could say Mrs.
Oh, shock, sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, she will tie me up with no shit tonight.
Minister of National Security, David Lee. Minister of Justice, John Jeremy SAMP.
They come back with another Ministry of Justice again? Another Ministry of Justice again? Go ahead.
I continue. Minister of Youth Development and National Service. You see, first they so love PNM, they take the name and all from the ministry and all too. Anal Ram. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Kennedy Swaraj Singh. Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Nicholas Morris. Minister of Here is one. Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Khadija Amin. And Minister of Public Utilities, Roger Alexander.
No. Let me tell you something. You see Big Bird? No. Nah, man. I was looking. What side I'm going? This side I'm going again? What side I'm going?
We're going to talk about that off camera.
No, what side I'm going? You ain't no ministry? Side I'm in a ministry?
Because Kamla know he would not be successful in that seat. You ain't realize that? She knows that Mohit, Vandana Mohit would not be successful in Shekwan's seat. You think she don't know that? Right.
And Robert, you get no ministry?
No.
The AG? Somebody asked him who's the AG? John Jeremy?
The AG?
John
all
Jeremy
right.
with the AG?
I'm gonna repeat it again. Right?
Yeah.
From Kirk Mayhew, the Public Relations Officer of the United National Congress. Their team attached below are the proposed cabinet
just give me the list. We done without that already.
All right.
The list.
Prime Minister, Kamla Potapis STAMP. Attorney General, Anand Rablogan, STAMP.
Just no, hold up.
Minister of Finance, Rudal Munilal.
Hold up. That is not, no. Say the right way.
What's that?
Go ahead.
Minister of Energy and Energy. Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Barry Palarat. Minister of Education, Tim Gopi Singh. Minister of Health, Lakram Bodo. Minister of Trade and Industry, Philip Edward Alexander. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, Ravi Ratiram. Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, Brian Big. Special Liaison to Community Outreach and Gang Rehabilitation, Fuad Abubakar. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Glenn Ramadar Singh. Minister of Labour, Ansel Roger. Minister of Works and Transport, Jolene John. Minister of National Security, David Lee. Minister of Justice, John Jeremy SAMP. Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Anal Ram. Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Kennedy Farad Singh. Minister of Foreign and Caricom Affairs, Nicholas Morris. Minister of Social Development and National or Family Services, Khadija Amin. And Minister of Public Utilities, Roger Alexander. And that is the proposed cabinet of the Kamala Prasad successors, if successful, which will not happen in the upcoming election, which is tomorrow. This is the UNC's manifesto. UNC's, see? UNC manifesto. Right? This is where the Prime Minister, the Honorable Stuart Richard Young, would have gotten the, like they put it on this one.
No, they take
Right.
it on. They take it on already.
More or less. We go in. The UNC's manifesto on agriculture food security. And we go. The current crisis in national risk. Over 85% of food is imported, costing over 6 billion annually. For food insecurity looms within 7 to 14 days of supply in the crisis. Right? Our agricultural industries have been devastated by neglect, underinvestment, crime, and poor planning. The PM has failed to plan. The UNC will lead efficient investment, blah, 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 blah. Our 2030 targets, create 10,000 new jobs. So wait now, it dropped from 50? Grant generate 1 billion in agricultural exports. Reduce food import bill by 2 billion. Raise agricultural contribution to GDP to 5%. Key strategic plans. 1. Resolving historic injustice. Carney workers and cane farmers, all outstanding residential and agricultural land under the VSEP will be delivered. Severance, pension, and EU cane farmers' payments will be paid in full. Lands will be transferable and justice will be restored.
You know, I listened to you, Eric, And I could have sworn it was a bedtime story, read me daily. I was falling asleep in. Because trust me, I didn't know if it was really a manifesto he was reading there or it was a lullaby he was singing there.
Well, wait, it gets even better. Number 2, unlocking land for agricultural growth. Number 3, strengthen infrastructure and water management. Number 4, boosting farmer and security incentives. 5, combating agricultural crime. 6, modernizing farming and training. 7, reviving strategic agricultural industries. 8, export, expansion, and value-added agriculture. I don't know what that means.
Well, if I tell you, Eric, I think I've heard enough of that. Take that and when it have no more toilet paper, you can know what to use
As you can
that
see,
for.
right? Watch
Get
me.
it and
Watch me. No, watch me, right?
No,
I
yes,
gonna
yeah,
do what she did. Patrick Manning's manifesto.
Yeah. Right. That's enough there. No, you remember you had to wet it. Oh God, so you ain't using the paper again now?
I did just what she did, Manning's manifesto in 2010. Text and straight away. That didn't have no purpose to me. None. None whatsoever.
Well, let me tell you this. When people come in a pick up side and just decide, well, okay, today you was customer, tomorrow is my friend, like Philip Alexander. One has to be worried about that because let me tell you something. If Philip, let me say, God forbid, you have a cabinet with Philip inside it and Philip don't get what he wants. Philip gonna say, what is it? And then he will jump out on a live and he will sell custom on a live. And 90 minutes start this, and 90 minutes start that,
Blah 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 blah.
You understand? Don't talk for Roger Alexander. What is that? What you want me to do? Water? You want me to run water here? All right, just bring the pipe and just put it down. That is the kind of stupidness you're going to hear from these people and them.
Imagine that. You have Roger. Dog vomit Roger. Right? Dog vomit Roger. Right? Drag this one name up and down the country in 2015. And today, you're playing to get a seat as the Minister of Labour. Just what Aaron McLeod did. Just what Aaron McLeod did in 2010, Roger doing the same thing this time around. You understand?
And
where's Aaron McLeod today? Sorry?
No, but that's the only seat. That's the only seat they could have gave Roger. So why didn't give Minister of Energy?
The Ministry of Labour, Labour that we want.
No, that's not what he wanted. He wanted the Ministry of Energy so he could get Petrotrin. But they didn't give him that. They give him a Ministry of Labour. You put it. Go in that corner hole.
And he go do like Philip and come and do things and cause scam that same way.
Yes, that's what his mentality is. So they know for put him in a little hole. You stay there, rat, you stay there. When I went to get the cheese, they don't come outside to eat, you come out.
Push on the head, put on the head, get the cheese and rub in your hole. And these are the kind of things you watching me. A person, all right. Let me say it fearless, if I'm an undecided voter, right? I'm an undecided voter, right? And let me say, I decide, well, yeah, what now? I want to weigh the two, but I can't say manifesto because one is a mini and one is a money. Right? All right. I want to weigh the two manifestos. That shit I read is nowadays. could prove to me that I must put her in office? Let us make it make sense. Fellas, let us make it make sense. Ole was in opposition for 9 years. Ole didn't see it fit to draft a manifesto within that period to see what, God forbid, or become the next government in Trinidad Tobago. But it goes to show, right? It goes to show that Ole is a bunch of incapable people who want to piggyback on the ignorance and the illiteracy of the population by spreading lies, deceit, propaganda, misinformation, disinformation, hoping that the population will buy it wholesale. And to add injury, you're paying people who don't know nothing about politics, all those content creators, to chant that so-called code that all they have running. If UNC win, everybody win, or yellow is the code. Eh? But today you're coming to tell me I am sorry for what I have done, and I apologize. And you will be like, oh my gosh, I will okay, okay, Mrs. Kamla, I will give you an opportunity. No! No! You was there for 9 years in the position, and everything you did, or they opposed to everything the government did. That is why the crime rate would have skyrocketed in last year and 2022. They could already refuse to support any legislation in dealing with crime. And Gary would have said it. Gary said it had people in the UNC who was aligning themselves with criminals. Don't come to me today and apologizing half-heartedly so I will forgive you. No! Kamala have to feel the full brunt of the electorate tomorrow.
Well, Miss Empress still confused and still studying. It's kind of shocked that that Barry Paderat could be Minister of Energy. Now you could just picture somebody walking with a handbag into the BP office.
And mind you, fellas, not any kind of handbag, eh? A Gucci pink Prada handbag.
Yes. And he walks in that office with a bunch of men with this pink handbag, and they're watching him, and they're asking the question, so what you come to do, sir? Well, I come to speak on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and you see my hand, this pink bag here is the bag for negotiation on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. And he's been watching in the room.
I read that, and if they were saying like really
confused,
you would say yes, and you will have a lazy son of a bitch. You understand? You will say that.
Say that again.
No,
say that again.
And if he get away, well, if they ain't get their way, I can't say he, I can't say she. I say if they don't get their way, they will say, yes, I am a lazy son of a bitch. Because I did nothing. I did nothing in my constituency the last 10 years, but I'm a minister of energy and energy industries.
No, they had to remember when he talking to them, he'll be saying, well, the hand movement we going,
And in
well, I'm just
madam,
sorry, and please forgive me, but I am trying to be something that I don't know how to express it, but we just need the money. Kamala sent me here
hi,
for the
yes.
money.
we need
Yes,
our
yeah,
relations to
see,
BP and and NGC, and how could you all how could we have our ties thing? You know you look good. All right.
yes. Norman, is that? Yeah, Mama, you ever say Norman? Is that you?
No man. I'll finish the play last week.
Norman, is that you? I can remember you,
Where
but
them
you
the
don't
John
look
live?
that way again. You look totally different from how I see you from school. Where did you get this pink
Yeah.
thing from?
Yeah. But on a serious note, fearless, on a serious note, we have to be a bunch of jokers in this country to even put that individual as Minister of Energy and Energy Industries. And look who they put for Minister of Family Services. Family Services. Look who they put. A known Zestad, a known double palm queen, a known double palm queen who is alleged involved with a criminal who is wanted by the police for a murder in a bar in El Dorado. We have to be a bunch of comedians in this country to put these people to run the affairs of this country called Trinidad and Tobago. The DJ Amin, Minister of Family Services. Really? Look who they put. Look who trying to put as Minister of Trade and Industry. A man can have a proper conversation. A man as Philip Alexander, who don't even have a clue how to do trade and industry with other companies and businesses. Philip, who tell you, who go say 9 o'clock in the morning, gunman in your hole. Huh? And
One
all
man
he
in your
talking with
hole.
it,
One man in your
right?
hole.
And all they talking, what he's saying is all he know is shit. I don't know if he ate it in his lifetime, but all he know that is his verb, shit. So I don't know if he had it for lunch when you were small growing up. I don't know. You know when they were pregnant with you, you know everything will be in the sack and whatever. So I don't know. Probably he might have gotten some down in his umbilical cord. So today, that is why he know the word shit. Because every time that man talk, every 2 words he talk must be something. It's either bullshit, something, some sort of shit. And you
Well,
gonna put he
well,
to be Minister of Trade and Industries? Nah, man.
well. Joining us is the chief whip. Joining us is the chief whip, and yes, the chief whip is going to be joining us. Chief Whip, could you please sit in your position? Yeah, just put that camera on you, Chief Whip. Put the camera so that we can see your face. We don't want to see, yeah, we don't want to see on top of the roof. Yes. Come down a little more, come down a little more with the, come down a little more, Chief Whip. Yes. No, yeah, let's see your face. Yes. Right. So let me
Oh
go now.
gosh. We can't be serious in this
So let me
country.
go. Chief Whip is
Good
in
night.
the house.
Good night, Madam Chief Whip.
All right. There you go.
What I want to bring up
Oh
to you,
shit.
right?
There you go.
What I
Nice.
want to bring up to you is that our economy if you raise salaries by that amount that the UNC wants to raise it by to satisfy the PSA, you could cause overheating, economic overheating in the society. That will rise inflation. It will also cause the public sector to either have layoffs due to getting their business more efficient, going into more AI, in order to compete against this rising cost. What we have to be careful in this country, and I think my economic friend will come in, is capital flight. The result of this election could lead to capital flight from this country. Because people don't forget statements, such as the 1% and the 1%. A Kamala-led government would cause these quote-unquote 1% to engage in capital flight. You see, because people have to be satisfied and be comfortable with people that run a government. And when you have somebody like Mr. Roger as the Minister of Labor, the employer class would not be comfortable. Matters that have to go to the Ministry of Labor to be dealt with before going on the court, they wouldn't be satisfied. They feel they wouldn't get justice. The balance will be interfered with. And I am saying to you, if you have never seen mass unemployment in this country, this Kamala, as my friend spoke about, manifesto or whatever, would cause massive unemployment. But worse about it, the people who they paying to go about the place and disrupt and do all kind of nonsense, if they win, they will still want money. Because I helped you, I did wrongful things to get you into power, I want money. And it will be something on your back that you can't get rid of easily. And these are the problems. When you give guns to people all over the place, it'll be a Wild West. A man could get up in the morning because he's psychologically imbalanced and just turn up somewhere and shoot people. I have a gun. These plans have been properly thought out. And then what would you do? You'd go back in the beat them again and call a state of emergency and just pick up people and throw them in a van? Remember she did that? Can you tell me, Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator.
I think he stepped out to come back.
Well, I want you to.
I am right here.
I want you to answer me this. I want you to answer me this question, Mr. Moderator. Who you believe in the UNC so-called proposed cabinet or whatever could go and negotiate with Shell, EGB, and BPT, all these companies in the head office, not their branch office, I'm speaking about the head office. Who could go and negotiate?
Well,
Can
let me tell
I
you,
answer?
well, you go ahead. You go ahead and answer
Can I
that
answer,
question.
Mr. Expert? I would believe that the person that Kamala is putting there will be able to do that. Because you can't tell me, you cannot tell me, after all them years, right? After all them years that Stuart Young, Prime Minister Stuart Young, would have left this country from Miami to UK to London to Caracas and you name it, to make all these agreements for the betterment of this country, for people in this country, to put somebody who don't know a clue how to negotiate with these prominent energy companies, right? So it for her, it's a papi show. It's about games. But to us, it's serious business. So I will believe that she want to put this person because they want to get easy. Look, father, we had to, people in this country had to understand what they really want to know. Because it's like the UNC, like they don't know.
Now, I want to ask you another question. Ms. Jolene John said that the UNC will provide 5,000 homes a week. As the construction sector in this country capable of providing 5,000 homes a week, constructing 20,000 homes a month? Do we have that capacity in Trinidad to do that?
And the answer to that is no. Reason being, could you recall, Mr. Expert, that under the then Patrick Manning administration, when the construction, everything was in a boom and thing, what Kamala Prasad said? She said, oh, the PNM government is overheating the economy. Manning, God bless his soul, would have generated so many projects under his tenure. You cannot come today in 2025 to bamboozle my head and other right-thinking citizens in this country that you going to construct 5,000 homes where? Where you getting the materials from? Stop, oh God, stop pissing him off face and tamarind falling on man Jillian John. Stop fooling the people.
No, if we don't have the land space, then we'll have the air space. So we'll be going up in the air with 20-story apartments and all kind of thing, right? But the fact of the matter is, the people who you want to provide the homes for is either you give them by rental or you give them by mortgage. That's our financial institutions in this country have the wherewithal to give 20,000 people a month mortgages. Do we have that amount of a capital? Does the Trinidad Tobago Mortgage Bank have that amount to give that? Now, come on. Everything in the country has to work hand in a month and mortgage it to who? Who you're going to mortgage it to? Who you're going to rent it to? Where we getting the capital to build the homes? Because AGC does not have that capital thing, because you have to depend upon people paying for the homes and paying for the rent. So where we getting that? That is more money have to come out of the state, right?
Right.
Secondly, you want to cut certain things, right? Transfers and subsidies, which is a big thing in the budget. Transfers and subsidies. If you cut transfers and subsidies, the prices of gas, electricity and water and all these things and other will go up, because they are being run by the transfers and subsidies, right? How are you going about doing? Where is your economic plan? right? If you go and you decide, well, I'm going to rape the organizations that have money, such as NGC, Angostura, and all these places, when you're done, the money will finish in there. After that, where you're going for more will be downgraded by Standard and Poor's. To go for a loan, the interest rate will be higher.
Than what
We
we not
will
yet.
we will walk into the IMF with handcuff, and
Okay.
you see they don't care. You know why they don't care? Because they old and they're going on dead just now. So if I bring the IMF here, it ain't bothering me. I going on dead just now. Is the little children in school who waiting on the exam result that they write a couple weeks ago? It's them at the pay it. They are the people at the pay it. Roger old. God forbid he got dead just now. Miss Kamala Prasad, Miss Asa old. God forbid she dead just now. All of them going down towards the grave. And they're leaving a legacy for the young people that will have this big stone around their neck. Just recently, Pakistan came out of the IMF after 50 years in the IMF. 50 years, you know. Jamaica, at one point in time, one Jamaica dollar was equal to one US dollar. Jamaica money gone through the ceiling. They living in the IMF in a comfortable 3-bedroom apartment. They living inside the IMF. Barbados, they living in the IMF in an apartment too. All going up the Caribbean IMF. Suriname, they living in the IMF. When you go to Suriname, they have casinos and things. That is the work when the IMF come here. That all them young boy who running around the road and bawling mother, mother. That is the work for all you. All you gonna be working in casino. And when in Suriname, the salary per month in a casino is 8,000 SRD. 8,000. And if you want to go and have a good meal in an upscale restaurant, Chinese and thing, it's 2,500 SRD for you and a woman to have a good meal. I ain't asking, I was there. 2,500 SRD is about 50 US. But so when you take 2,500 from your 8,000 for one night out, how you paying your rent and living? Go to Suriname and see how they're suffering under the IMF. All the oil Guyana talking about, they're suffering under the IMF. They owing Trinidad money. They owing the IMF money.
Yes.
They owing the World Bank money. They owing the Caribbean Development Bank money. Guyana owing the whole world money.
Well, they're gonna pay it off.
Pay it off when?
They have oil
When?
now, so they can start to pay. So, but we're gonna have some of
Let me
those
tell you something.
questions.
Who controlling the commanding heights of the economy in Guyana?
The president.
Is the foreign entities pumping the oil and going? They're getting chirrup money for it.
Well,
They make
I
a
can't
bad.
say that because I
I
don't have
telling you, they make
the details. I don't have the
right.
details.
They have no improvement.
But Chief Whip, we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna take a little break, and I'm going to be bringing in bringing in the economist now, and to clarify and answer plenty of those questions,
So,
and we're going to talk about the economy
so what you want us
and
to stay on the
Trinidad
line?
and Tobago.
Stay on the line?
Well, well, we're going to
Stay
take
on
a
the
break,
line?
and then we'll take a
Stay
break,
on the
and
line
then
then.
we'll come right back. So, yeah, yeah, you can
Stay on
stay
the
on the line.
line?
Yeah. So we're going to take a break. Yes, hold on. Yeah, we're going to take a break. Let me just get this thing here and.
Media houses charge the PNM less than the UNC for advertising. Did you know that? Did you know that they're charging them less, and in some cases they're not charging them at all? When UNC wins, we're coming for them. We are coming for them. We will come for them.
Okay, Mr. Henry, good evening. Mr. Henry, Mr. Michael Henry?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, right. Now you're looking
Okay.
Okay, so we are joined by our economist, Mr. Michael Henry, and the time difference. I'm just apologizing that we have you out of your bed at this point in time, and to deal with a crucial matter of the economy at this point in time in Trinidad and Tobago. And so let's get down to it, Mr. Henry. We talking about the devaluation. Kamala Prasad Bissessar would have made mention in terms of devaluation of the TT dollar. If we devalue the dollar, because she wants to look at paying public servants 10%, and she doesn't know where she's getting the money, and if she has to devalue the dollar, what is the repercussions of that on the economy? One, and two, by devaluing the dollar, how would that look in terms of when you devalue the dollar from where it is now, which is $6, $6.30 to the US dollar? If you devalue it, what it could look like in the long run?
Okay. Okay. So good night. And thanks for having me. First, let's sort of clarify some terms. Now, although the you will have heard the PNM saying that the UNC, if they get into power, they will devalue the dollar, and they played a clip from Mrs. Prasad Bissessar's speech in Parliament, right? I mean, it amounts to the same thing. In what I'm getting at here is in terms of concept or terms, right? Devaluation versus depreciation, right? When let's say like Trinidad and Tobago has for the exchange rate arrangement, we have what we call like a managed float, right? So I think it was around 1991, 1992 when the Patrick Manning administration decided to move off a fixed exchange rate regime where let's say the US dollar was fixed, right? The Trinidad dollar was fixed up to the US dollar, right? What you have with a floating exchange rate system, and the system we have is what we call like a managed float. In a sense, you're allowing market forces to determine the price of the US dollar, right? So when it is fixed by, let's say, the monetary authority in, let's say, Trinidad, if it's the central bank or whatever, which is the government determine how much, at one point in time it was like 360 or I can't remember because so long ago, but when it is fixed by the authority, if the authority then goes and changes that, okay? So let's say if it was $4.80 Trinidad dollars to 1 US, that's at that fixed rate. That's the rate, right? Regardless of how many people demand foreign currency or not. If you then go and you move that like from 480 to 560 or something like that, that's effectively like a devaluation because you're moving, you now have to give up more Trinidad dollars in order to get, well, let's say, $1. So we use the term devaluation or revaluation, right, for once the currency is fixed. Once the currency is floating and you allow, let's say, so if when it is floating, more people demand US dollars, right? In simple demand and supply economics, the greater the demand, it will push the price up, right? So therefore, the market determining the price, right? Because as we know in simple demand and supply, if more of a commodity is demanded, right, and you have some fixed supply of it, it will drive the price up. Okay, so but what the government does is they allow it to float within a band. So it's called like a managed float or a dirty float. What she's proposing is now that if she comes into power, she will remove that dirty float and let the market forces. So the government allows it to float within a band. It cannot, so if it's the price is being driven up, the government will enter and release more foreign currency into the system, so it will keep the price manageable. When you say call it a dirty float, right? It's floating, but you're not allowing it to get out of bounds, right? But what she's proposing is that, or what she said in the parliament, the government will allow the exchange rate to be determined by the market forces. Once you do that, and the government doesn't intervene, right, into the market, it means once more and more people demanding foreign exchange. And as we know, Trinidad is a hardly an important society, right, in terms of, for everything, durables, consumer goods, everything, even raw materials for manufacturing. Right. So once you remove, right, those bans, right, and you allow the market forces to determine it, so it means the more people demand foreign exchange, they will keep driving the price up. So the currency will basically be depreciated. So which is the same thing like a devaluation, but we use the term depreciation. Once is when we talk about a floating exchange rate, we talk about depreciation and appreciation. Once it is a fixed exchange rate, we talk about devaluation, right, and revaluation. But devaluation and depreciation amongst the same thing. It means that you have to give up more Trinidad dollars for a US dollar. And what immediately happens is that it drives up the price of imports. So you will have heard the political leader, Dr. Rowley, political leader of the PNM, saying that basically all the things become more expensive, right? Medicine, everything that you import. And as you know, we are, as I said, an importing society. So when you go to Price Mart and you buy all those foreign goods with a devaluation, or in this case, a depreciation of the currency, it drives up the price of imports. Okay, and basically, who suffers? People, especially on fixed incomes. So people like on their pension and stuff like that, because it. In other words, the price will increase and your income will fall in real terms, right? So as the political leader of the PNM was saying at a meeting, it means, right, I will give you more Trinidad dollars, but because the price increase, it means my basket of goods I will take home will be less, right? So in real terms, your income falls. Right now, devaluation or the depreciation of a currency, right? The thinking behind it is that, right, and it is something, it is one of the mechanisms used by the IMF, right? Because they will say your currency is overvalued. That's what they usually tell you, and you have to, basically structurally adjust your economy. Your currency is overvalued. So either first, if you're on a fixed exchange rate, they'll tell you devalue. But the ultimate goal is for you to move to a floating exchange rate where the market forces, because the IMF, World Bank, basically they subscribe to what we call neoclassical or neoliberal economic policies where the market determines everything, right? The market determines the price of everything. So, but the idea behind that is that it tends to, because imports will become more expensive, the idea is to kill imports and make your exports more competitive, because in terms of export, the prices will be cheaper. But that only works for economies, it's a term that we say in economics, it depends on the elasticity of demand. Now, Trinidad's main exports is things like oil and gas. Devaluation wouldn't affect that, right? It wouldn't make you more competitive, right, to say that it will increase the price of your exports of oil and gas, because that is not how the price of hydrocarbons are determined. Is usually intended for if you have a manufacturing sector, a very good manufacturing sector, right? It means imports will be more expensive, but exports supposed to be cheaper, and that's supposed to increase your competitiveness on the export markets, right? But that's yet again, there's a condition for that, and to cut a long story short, that wouldn't work in Trinidad because right, our manufacturing sector, while it's the broadest manufacturing sector in the Caribbean, one could argue, largely the main businesses or the biggest businesses in Trinidad, a lot of them are what we call basically importers and exporters. They import something, put a markup on the price to make a profit, and then they sell it over. Right? It's not like they manufacturing something from scratch. And also with a devaluation stroke depreciation of the dollar, right? It has basically you come like you're importing inflation. As I said, it will drive up the price, and it drives up the price from two standpoints. One, on the finished goods, and two, because so for instance, for Trinidad to make flour or oil and stuff like that, like national flour mills, you have to import the wheat, right? So it immediately drives up the price of the raw materials, which now you will have to, in order to make a profit, pass it on to the consumer in terms of the price of the finished product, right? So in that sense, as I said, you import in inflation, right? And as a result, prices will increase. And who usually suffers? Mainly the lower income people on fixed incomes, right? Who depend on a pension and stuff like that, because the income will be falling in real terms. So
you say falling. The income will be falling for like the pensioners and them. In terms of, because of how the money was devaluated, because of what they are being saying, what
yes.
they're saying.
So what we're saying, when I say in real terms, I mean in terms of goods, right? Now, yet again, to make it thing. So you'll have heard Dr. Rowley saying that you will get more Trinidad dollars in your hands. So that's in nominal terms. When we talk about nominal, that's the actual money. So you'll be getting more money, right? So in your nominal wage will increase, right? But the amount of things that wage could buy will be less. So in real terms, in terms of goods and services, it will be less. So it come like an income fall in real terms. Right?
Mr. Henry? I have seen throughout this South America where these countries have floated their dollar.
Mm-hmm.
There's a high rise of street cambios.
Yes.
People who pull up, they have their vehicle, they sit in it, and once you come there as a tourist, you want your money changed, they change it for you.
Yes.
When that happens now, the US currency don't really enter the banking system. It stays
Mm-hmm.
outside. So
Mm-hmm.
the attraction of US that the government may be speaking about may not necessarily hit the bank.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And we may still have that little problem with US because people will now be looking to change their money on the side of the street.
Yes, that's true. I remember when I went to Suriname in around 1999, 2000, and we, like got our per diems and stuff like that, and we changed it at the side of the road in Suriname, really, right? Because you're getting more on the streets, right? So, the fact of the matter, even without a devaluation, right? There's a urgent need for Trinidad to um, basically find new streams of foreign exchange, right? Because as you will know, in Trinidad right now, there's a black market for foreign currency, right? It
Yes.
may not be as widespread as in, like how it was in Guyana and Suriname, right?
Mm-hmm.
So once there's a shortage, it always creates a black market, and basically it distorts the system, right? So so there is a need to create more streams of foreign exchange, right? Now with now
Go ahead.
I have heard there are some people, I mean, I don't want to quote people wrong, but there are some people, right, who argue, right, who will support the floating, getting rid of the dirty float in order for the market to determine the price and effectively devalue the currency, because they're saying, well, there's a shortage in terms of supply, and if you try to manage it, right? If you try to manage it, it will only end in tears, right? I want to say I think I read that perspective from people like Dr. Farrell. I think even Mariana Brown. I don't want to put my head on a block, right?
Yes.
But there are some people who argue let it float, right? Now, government have choices, right? Right. So some people, for instance, like Barbados, floating or devaluing their currencies is taboo, right? And yet Dr. Rowley was mentioning it again in his speech, right? Oh no, Prime Minister Young, he was mentioning it when he was speaking to Mia Motley, how she was talking about from a long time. If you want to lose power in Barbados, devalue their currency. That is sacred to them, right?
Yeah.
But it is a choice that comes, right? It is a choice that you make, right? But it's a choice that you cannot make in isolation, right? In a sense that what I'm saying, what I'm getting at here is like, um, if it is that you don't want to devalue your currency, you have to be prepared to make sacrifices on the other end, right? So, for instance, in Barbados, right, they have a history where the trade unions may not be as militant as in Trinidad. So they will more, it means if they have to trade off something in order to keep the dollar fixed, they will do it, right? Right? And if you're keeping it fixed, you also have to try to increase your productivity. So it's not something that you could
Yeah.
do. It's a choice, right? If you want to keep your dollar fixed, right? It means you have to make sacrifices in other areas. You have to be disciplined in other areas of, you know, in terms of macroeconomic variables, because the exchange rate is just one variable in a whole macroeconomic package, right? So either you agree that wages will stay within under control, right? And as I said, I don't know, maybe it has changed now, but Barbados was a society where you might have more fine agreement with the union saying, well, okay, if that's a trade-off, wages will stay within a certain, it wouldn't get out of hand, basically, to upset the exchange rate, right? So that's the point, really,
But
right?
But let me ask
Mr.
you this
Henry,
question.
Yes.
Let me ask you this question. Question from the audience. What kind of impact, if any, would BRICS have on the value on the valuation of the US and the exchange rate for TNT?
What kind of impact? Sorry.
What kind of impact, if any, would BRICS, the new currency that come out, have on the valuation of the US dollar and the exchange rate of Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, I don't know. BRICS is a actual currency. I haven't really kept up with that. But what I think what they were trying to do is BRICS, meaning these sort of countries: Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Well, BRICS and South Africa, and now a number of other countries want to become a part of it. I guess maybe what they were trying to do is to come up with an alternative sort of currency, right? Which they'll use for the main trading currency outside of the US, right? So they're not beholden to the US dollar, as we talk about the US dollar being like the reserve currency. Everybody trade in the US dollar. So that's what the initiative, China and on all the other BRICS countries trying to push, so they could, as I said, not be beholden to the US dollar. Now, the thing about it is that the US and things still remain our main markets for our products, right? So, with that being said, I can't see, BRICS having, a major impact in terms of our sort of international transactions, because, as I said, our main market, right, for our exports basically is the US. Now,
Right.
that is not to say that we cannot, let's say, trade more with places like Brazil, South Africa, India, and develop closer economic ties with them, in order to either benefit from what we call South-South trade, because the BRICS countries were, basically were largely developing countries, and we say that they're from the South. So there's much to be had from deepening economic ties with these countries, right? But in the foreseeable future, given that our markets, as I said, our main market basically is still the US. So we'll have to be, using the US dollar, really.
Okay. Go ahead, Chief Whip. Go ahead.
yeah, Mr. Henry,
Mm-hmm.
the social impact of the valuation, in that a lot of our young people in this country, they tend to want to wear what we'll call brands.
Mm-hmm.
And these so-called brands, basically in shoes and bags, in clothing, they come from outside.
Mm-hmm.
The price for that will go up.
Yes.
Now, in the last time when IMF was here, we were able to sort of sustain the IMF impact because we had stores like Butter and these things that we could have purchased our own homegrown footwear and things, right? We no longer have those stores in Trinidad. That means that every little piece of shoe will have to come in. And we have a society, a young society, who have never gone through what we went through in the first IMF. You know?
Yeah.
What is the social impact upon them?
Well, yes, it will be it will be, I imagine, greater because not only, as you said, we had things like like Butter and stuff like that, back in the day. The fact of the matter is, back in 86 and stuff like, 86, 87, when the NAR government, took the country to the IMF, the world was not as globalized as it is now, right? So now with globalization, right, where basically, the volume of world trade has increased to a large, has increased dramatically. And as I said, we have, as a people in Trinidad, we have foreign tastes, right? And everything is imported. So the social impact will be tremendous. And it's not only like consumer goods in terms of like consumer electronics and phones and Nike and Air Jordans and stuff like that. Also essentials like medicine and everything. So, and even the price of raw materials, even to make products. So, the impact will be, very, very heavy. The burden will be very, very heavy.
Now, even in the devaluation, remember your airline ticket, the price will go up.
Yeah.
For us to fly out from here to America.
Mm-hmm.
But what very interesting point that I don't think,
and also you have to send money abroad, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, I say send money abroad for people who have
for students
children, yes,
studying.
studying abroad and stuff like that. So everything it's
But what she hasn't spoken about is this important part of our national budget: transfer and subsidies. Now, are you going to tinker with transfer and subsidies? Because a lot of things that we enjoy in this country is due to the transfer and subsidies.
Yes.
We don't pay the true price when we board the bus.
Yeah, that no, that is interesting. I have an argument with my sister all the time, right? And I always tell her, right? I said, and it's not because I'm living abroad and I see things differently in the sense that what we have to pay for over here, right? It is sad, right? And Trinidadians, right, will have to wake up at some point in time and realize, life is not like where the government give you everything, right? Yes, and it is irresponsible for politicians, people like Kamala Prasad Bisasa and the UNC to come and make you believe, right, that you could just, like, the government will just give you everything as it presently stands. As you said, transfer and subsidies constitute about 52% of the government budget. That's over half,
What?
right? So people don't understand with all these sort of with the grants, pension, disability grants, subsidized water rate, subsidized gas, right? Subsidized electricity, right? You know, they complain and say, the government raised gas about 3 times and this and that. And the key thing is the property tax and to show how irresponsible some of these politicians are, right? Right? Who from on the opposition side have their apartments in Miami and stuff and paying thousands of US dollars on things like property tax, but yet still they're trying to tell voters, they're gonna do away with the property tax, right? You're gonna do away with the 7% online tax for buying things online, you're gonna do away with VAT and all these things. So all your revenue streams, right? Streams that you could raise revenue from, you say you're doing away with that. So at no stage you could say, well, where you get the revenue from to pay like workers a 10 to 14% increase, right?
Cannabis.
When you ask, we will find the money. No, and as I always say, right, I blame the media in Trinidad a lot, right, and journalists, right, because they don't press, and politicians, they don't press from both sides, even when sometimes they're interviewing government ministers or they're interviewing, the leader of the opposition, and like if they're in awe, right, and they don't seek answers. You could not, in the UK, you can't present, right, an election manifesto, right, and say, I'm going to promise this without saying how you're going to fund it, They laugh you out of tongue. So the last election in the UK in July 4th last year, when the Labour party came into power and removed the Conservatives after 14 years, right? Every promise or pledge that you make, right, to the electorate, you have to say how you will fund it, right? So either the Labour say, well, we'll increase non-dom taxes, meaning rich people over here who have the domicile in other countries, and they have all the properties abroad and stuff like that. So they say, okay, they will tax them. They will raise so much and so much £1 million from that, and that's how they will fund something. That's how we will fund maybe school meals or something like that. So everything you say you're going to fund. So in a sense, if Kamala said she's going to increase wages by 10 to 14%, she ought to say, and it will cost the country 6 to 8 billion. You ought to say, well, either we do this to get this revenue, and that's how we're going to fund it, right? But just saying, I'm going to give you 10 to 15%, 10 to 14% wage increase, and we say that it will cost about 6 to 8 billion and 900 and something million every year. You add to the wage bill, and you can't see how you fund it. You just say we're going to find the money. And the role of journalists is to press and say, well, that's not a suitable answer. You have to tell me how you funding this, right? At least, well, to the credit of the independent economists, and then they come out and say that these things are not realistic, right? Because with oil price and gas prices falling, and where the budget is pegged at, and then you're seeing no discernible source of revenue, right? How could you fund it, right? And as I say, in any right, any serious journalist worth their salt, and will try to press you and say, where you getting that money from, right?
Well,
And if you say, well, we're going to find it, we're going to cut government waste. I mean, there's yet again, you say you're going to pay 10 to 14%, but when you look at your manifesto, you say we're gonna have a living wage, and no journalist wouldn't come on them and say, well, come on, this is what you say big and bold. Come, it's supposed to be reflected in your manifesto, your manifesto, or
well,
whatever you call it, right?
well,
That is just you kind of it's obfuscation. It's classic. It's basically it's bordering on deception. You're saying one thing on the platform, and then now when it's trying to pin you
something
down
else.
to something else, you're not clear, you're not transparent. So
But coming back
Well,
to the devaluation, right?
mhm.
Right, right now,
Chief Whip, just now. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
no, I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Henry was saying there. Because you remember, in this country called Trinidad Tobago, we have no real journalists of integrity. They are politically inclined.
Mhm.
So when they go to, okay, for example, let's say this administration was in government and they decide they want to question the government. They don't question the government. They just go to the opposition to get their say first, and then they will
Mhm.
come to the government, who is the minister of whatever ministry it is, relative to whatever challenges they
Mhm.
may experience within the organization. So we have no journalists, and most of them are politically inclined, and
Mhm.
they tend to sway more to the UNC aspect of it, because it had many mishaps would have taken place in this country between 2010 and 2015. And up to this day, not a question is being asked as to the updates of the matter. Nothing of the sort. Election come 2020, it gone. Local come 2023, it finished, nothing. Look, we have a sitting member of parliament for Repuch East who have a matter before the court, AMBD scandal, right? He had the 6th of last November to put in a defense, and up to this day, not a word from the media relative to the updates of the matter. If it was tried, if he submitted any defense, nothing of the sort. But everything they do, they want to create this narrative in the mindset of the population that the PNM administration is they are fault of most of the challenges that we experience. And don't talk for crime, because crime is the number one headline every single night on the newscast. So they don't press the opposition for any answers to what is taking place. As you rightfully said, that with the manifesto, well, I don't know, I first time in my life I hear about a manifesto.
Yeah.
I first time
Yeah.
hearing that. I know that manifesto. But anyway, when you are giving out these
Let me
pie in the
let,
sky
let, let me
dreams,
let me jump in here.
mm,
To respond to your point. Now that is always my gripe with Trinidad journalists, and I'm not talking here, saying that okay, I feel that I'm in the UK and think I'm just um, n- not want to sound like I'm talking down Trinidad journalism. I'm just talking facts from my standpoint, how I see it, right? And I agree with what you are saying. Um, you see, the belief, it seems to be the belief among Trinidad, the media in Trinidad and Trinidad journalists, that it's only the government needs scrutiny, right? Which is wrong. You understand? It means, remember, when you are the opposition, basically you are the government in waiting. So you're supposed to be equally scrutinized. And that's what I like about over in the UK here. For an opposition party in the UK to become the government, is the most amount of scrutiny you go through. Right? You can't just because you're in opposition, you could say anything and believe you're gonna get a free pass to come in, you have to show me your motion. You have to be under the microscope and pass that test. But in Trinidad, it always seemed to be, right? It always seemed to be all the hard questions are reserved for the government. So the opposition could say the most amount of foolish things and it will just pass, right? I will give you two examples, right? And I'm also saying, yes, hold the government to account, force government ministers to answer their questions, right? But also do the same for the opposition, right? And I'll give you two examples, right? One, there's this express journalist that we know. I will just call her AR, who seemed to be like a UNC journalist. She always push the UNC.
I call his name Anna Ramdas. Yes.
Yes. Right. So
she and her brother Ricky Ramdas, they are UNC operatives. Reason being, I want to take across because it had media personnel back in 2010 were recipients of houses and brown envelopes. So they were tasked to utilize these narratives or push an agenda to the public space. And since when the partnership would have lost in 2015, that brown bag and the housing incentives are no longer available to them. So they have a vendetta now to utilize a scathing attack against the current administration. I should say current, but the administration that would have held office in the last 10 years. So they're using that as a political tool to the people to make them believe that the government this has happened or that has happened. It was all to prop the UNC. But as you rightfully said, if you're the opposition and government in waiting, you have to be scrutinized as well as to why and how and where and what the 6 W's to do in the event that you assume office tomorrow morning. So, and the media, the questions they ask the government, like for example, those media briefings they have, the amount of questions that they don't ask the pertinent questions as to what the media briefing is tasked to do or about. They ask questions outside of that, hoping that they will try to get something to write on to make it look as the government X, Y, and Z. I cannot recall when last an opposition had a press briefing in this country to give an ultimatum what are the updates or what is taking place, right? All they are doing is having these stupid Sunday pan chat and Monday night forum. These kind of nonsensical meetings that have no value whatsoever. And my take is, look, for example, the election command done now. Tomorrow's the last day. They had a conversation with the opposition leader in our constituency of St. Joseph. And the questions that the constituent was asking her, the response was like bland. You cannot even respond to the questions. And this is what people have to sit down and take the task. Now, you as a media personnel would have grilled the same questions that these persons have asked the opposition leader. Ma'am, you are offering X, Y, and Z financial regimes. How do you intend to fulfill these promises? And he was saying, okay, Madam leader, opposition leader, where do you intend to get the funding from? Do you expect to cut this? Do you expect to gain from here? Nothing of this sort. So we all know that the media in this country is politically influenced by the opposition, and we know that. So the government has no say whatsoever.
Eric, I would just say to you, the promises that Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa and her party making is not to her following, The promises is to the urban black. That is the promises that they are making to us. Because the majority of the urban black work in the public sector,
Mm-hmm.
right? The other East Indians and they are more into private business and whatever. So you get your 10%, you still have to come and change your tire by me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just carry up the price. But I'm singing a road march tune that you wish to hear. And that is the problem. And what people don't understand that Mr. Trump has implemented a tariff. That means prices are going to go up. And when you come and you float the dollar, you're going to have a more increase in prices again. And I am going to have draconian laws to keep you, the East-West corridor, in place. When I say that I am going to issue guns, I am not going to issue the East-West corridor basically guns. I am going to give my core following guns. So you can come down because you see in trouble due to IMF policies or the evaluation policies and feel you want to come down in Lange Park or somewhere and jump my fence. I will shoot you. So I'm going to draw lines of demarcation in this country where you will be able to go. I mean, go, I see you, I don't recognize you, I don't know who you are. I see you up and down the street at night in some park, gated community. I feel threatened. I come out and I Lego gunshot at you. That, remember, the PNM speaks to the broad. The UNC speaks to either their people or who they want to sell a particular message to. Now, the UNC campaign was clearly crafted. It was based upon race because the campaign had an African face. But you have to take notice of something. Since the PNM have been around, people don't leave the UNC or the DLP and come to the PNM. People just leave the PNM and go. This time around, people have been leaving the UNC and coming to the PNM. And the reason for that is that Mr. Stuart Young has broken the glass ceiling. People from the other races believe that we have a place now in the UNC, in the PNM. And that is what it is. And there is a group of voters will come out tomorrow morning. These voters are what you call the NAR, ONR people.
Well,
they will come out in the morning. Their vote will make the difference.
Well,
don't be surprised.
To be fair to the economist, sir, I don't want to draw him into that because he has to be independent, neutral.
I was going to give before we go back to the economist. I was going to give what's your friend name? Sorry,
Eric
Henry?
and
Eric, yes. Right. Yes. The examples I was giving you about in terms of the journalists and the thing with Anna Ramdas. Now, last year or maybe the year before, anyway. But when the airport matter was settled in the Miami court, right? Yeah, I think it was it was to do with the airport thing, and I think they end up throwing out. I think H&M had maybe some small victory where they throw out some case or something. I think it was before the Privy Council or something. So, and Anna Ramdas conducted an interview with Ish Galbaran Singh, now the late Ish Galbaran Singh, and during it was printed in the Express. And during the interview, she allowed Ish Galbaran Singh to pour out his stomach and saying, "Oh, the government wicked, and it mashed up his family life and affected his health and all these sort of things." Right? She make Ish Galbaran Singh spell out his side of this story. Right? Now you as a journalist, right? And it would never get away with something like that over here, right? Now you as a journalist, Not at one point in time you will say, well, Mr. Galbaran Singh, well, how do you explain to the public that other people who were in the same project with you were jailed for these things and already make their prison in Miami, right? How do you justify that? Okay, how do you explain that to the public, right? If you are saying that you are innocent and the government wicked and you know it affected your health and stuff like that, but the same matters that you claiming you're innocent on other whistleblowers in the US basically agree, right, or uh, agree that they commit the crime, right? Spend the time, right? Pleaded guilty, spend the time, you know, made their prison sentences. So in other words, you don't, you know, at no point in time you sort of bring some balance to the public. You allow Ish to tell his whole side of the story without saying, well, basically, here is what is something for which people already make jail from. So how they could be guilty and they were whistleblowers and call basically said you all are involved, right? And now you come in and plead innocence. At least give him the chance, put him on the spot to explain that to the public. Don't allow him to use the media to basically to whitewash, right? Whitewash the situation and basically give a false narrative, right? The second case happened recently with the tariffs, right? And that had me so mad that I think I went on social media and was responding to people when they're talking the foolishness. It was the nomination day, and Kamala Prasad Bisasa was leaving the place where she filed her nomination papers, and that was the same day Trump imposed the tariff, right? So they asked her about you know, Trinidad and Tobago get 10%, you know, tariffs and stuff like that. How do you respond? I think she said she maybe have to study it or some sort of thing like that, right? Now, mind you, Trinidad and Tobago, along with the UK, they get the lowest ban there. 10% is the lowest, right? As opposed to people like Vietnam and stuff who get thing like 70-something% and stuff like that. Up come Kamala to turn the thing political, and she said, well, you know, the reason why Trinidad and Tobago get the 10% tariff levied against them is because of Stuart Young's link to Maduro, right? And because he's linked to Venezuela, that's why we get the tariff. And not a journalist could have challenged Kamala, right? And say, well, you know, all our journalists had to say, well, how do you explain Guyana, right, who is almost at war with Venezuela? America levied 38% on them, right? 38% on Guyana, right? Trinidad get 10%. Israel, who is hand in glove with America with everything. America sell the most military thing to Israel, right? They get about 17 or some high percent, 30-something%, so much so that Benjamin Netanyahu had to go to the White House to try to negotiate down the tariff. So countries who are much closer to the US get higher tariffs. Trinidad, along with the UK, and them get the lowest. And you saying it's because Stuart Young is linked with Maduro. And not a journalist could have said, well, that's rubbish. Basically, or in the nicest terms, say, well, that doesn't make sense. How do you explain Guyana getting 38%, right? And Guyana and Venezuela is almost at war, right? But
I want to say something before I go.
Yeah.
Before I go, when you devalue the currency, you're not only going to affect Trinidad, you're going to affect the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
Caribbean Airlines. We carry a lot of people from Trinidad here throughout the Caribbean for vacation. The cost of going to these countries will rise. Caribbean Airlines will then have
Mhm.
our manufacturers here will become cheaper. And we will with heavily competition, and there'll be an imbalance in the trade in CARICOM.
Yes, it has a lot of knock-on effects. There's a lot of knock-on effects.
But I will say before I go to bed, right? God is a good God. And I will contact with you again through Bunks Up, Mr. Henry, when we will all celebrate. I don't think God will put us through that.
Okay. Well, hope not. Let's hope not.
All you go and sleep, right?
Let's hope not. Let's hope tomorrow night is a very good night. I counting on the swing voters, and I counting on the younger group who Stuart Young has seemed to have that dynamism and that connection with. So yeah.
Well, Mr. Henry, I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your expertise in terms of on this whole dirty management float that has been banged around by Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, and making people a little more understanding of what it means for the valuation of the dollar and how it's going to impact on the actual, the social impact as well as the financial impact on it. And but I know that we'll be back.
Yes.
We will be back, and
okay. So before I go, how it was
more on not just on this alone, but
sorry, there are some audio problems.
Always with any audio.
Okay.
Always with any audio. Nothing new.
All right. So any final words?
Well, it has been a pleasure to be on. How was the Big Red Rally yesterday?
As you can see, I still have more. I get cost just up my Jay-Z, so I'll change it.
Okay.
From my host, he tell me I talk so much yellow and I put on orange Jay-Z.
Okay. Okay.
Now, but in a nutshell, it was well received. It was well received by the
breeze blow. Mr. Henry.
Yeah, it was well received by the supporters of the party. And yesterday would have been a shocker for most persons that Anita Haynes who didn't thought Anita Haynes would have turned up at the rally. So that was a grand surprise to the supporters of the People's National Movement. But nevertheless, the PNM has always been an all-inclusive party, and some people decide that Stuart Young is going to make a transition into the political arena. And that is going forward. So that is what the UNC afraid of, that transitional movement that Prime Minister Young is making going forward. Because they're seeing a Chinese man, a man of Chinese and of Indian descent, heading a predominantly African-based party. So that kind of had them kind of a bit on it. Some people were saying that if Jillian John becomes the leader of the UNC, they might probably take a chance thing. But you know that and a gray JA ain't gonna happen. They
Well,
may want no African to run their party.
yeah.
Let's try to Jackwana, and where Jackwana
Well,
today is trying to looking again to the back door. Yeah.
well,
But thanks again.
Yes.
yeah, but to be all fair to our guest here, I don't want to draw him into that type of the politics because
Yes.
he is not here for that part of the politics. He's here to deal with the economics of
Yes.
the country. Yeah, I don't want to draw him into that part of it, Eric. No. But
Mm-hmm.
any final words, Mr. Henry? Oh, you going okay. He got bumped out
Well,
there just
remember it's after. Remember it's 2:30 across there. So 2:30 Monday morning
no,
across
well,
in the UK.
yeah, and he did take the time out.
Yeah.
No, well,
So
he did take the
I'm
time
thinking
out to
what we
actually
say.
be on
You say yeah. It's 2:30 across in the UK right now. So
No. He did take. No, we know that. No, but he did take the time to be up at this point in time because he understands the crucial line that we
yeah,
are under,
correct.
and
Mm-hmm.
we do want to say thanks to him.
He's really good. He's really he
And
gave the
he will be back.
tomorrow night was hopefully or sometime during the week.
What are you saying?
No, it's the most
What are
likely.
you really
You
saying?
said most likely you'll be back. Start saying hopefully tomorrow night. You hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
No, that was said. You said he will be back, so I was thinking probably hopefully tomorrow night or probably later down in the week.
Yeah. Sometime next week. Yeah, we will have him back and stuff. But but we're gonna take a break. And we're gonna come back. And we have our political scientist inside, our budding political scientist, I have to say,
Who's that?
who is just one just
Mr. Saran? Mr. Saran?
one more course. Seriously. Just don't know
Mr.
where I
Saran, sir?
keep coming up from.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Right. So yes, so we have our young budding. Why? Okay. So okay, the thing looking a little different here. Yeah, so we have our young budding political scientist who is going to be on studio with us, and then we will have a next guest who is started to join us. So let's go. Take a break and we will be right back. It's a special in this political arena, and tomorrow night,
The night before the big night.
Dive in.
The night before the big night.
Night, we are going to be diving in. What night before the big? Tomorrow night.
That was said the night before the big night. Why you so?
Which is the night? Today is the night before the big night.
That was
Tonight
the night
is the
night.
night before the night.
Listen to me, sir. I said tonight is the night
I'm listening.
before the big night, which is tomorrow. So around this
Right,
time,
and I am talking about tomorrow night.
listen to me, around this time, PNM should have amassed at least 17 seats already. At this time tomorrow night.
Oh, well, let us. Oh, okay. Well, I am dealing with tomorrow night, but you okay? You deal with the night before the night. But all right. Let me take a break. We will be right back. And
You must prepare for war.
you know, I just wonder, you know, I just hold on. Yeah.
Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance. Join host Fearless Warrior and the Dauntless Crew every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Tune in each week for enlightening discussions, special guest interviews, on the scene coverage of news, political events, and all topics related to good governance. Watch the show live on our Bounce Up Central platform and social media channels, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Keep the conversation going, even after the show. Chat in real time on our 24-hour live chat on Bounce Up Central. For more news, informative content, entertainment, special events, discussion forums, Bounce Up Radio, TGIF watch parties, and to even bus a mark anonymously, visit our Bounce Up Central Community Hub, the platform that's Weeting, created for we, by we.
Yes, good evening again, and we have on the line our budding political scientist. Yes, our budding political scientist, none other than Paul Saran. Paul Saran, good evening. Good evening, Paul Saran. Apparently, Paul is not to take off the mic. All right, so yeah, so apparently he's not hearing us at this point in time. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. Let me. Oh, okay. Paul, good evening. Yeah, Paul, good evening.
A pleasant good night.
Yes, Paul. Yes, go ahead. We hearing you loud and
Good
clear
night
now.
to you,
Go
sir.
ahead.
All right. A pleasant good night to you, Devon. Good night to you, Eric. And good night to Trinidad and Tobago. The election season is here. Just about over 24 hours. We would be seeing a new Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. But before that happens, we need to actually analyze how this is going to go down. Whether it be our assumption, prediction, and what else can you say? But what is interesting though, Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension the Caribbean, this particular election is really for me, it's kind of I'm very much concerned. And the reason to say I'm very much concerned is because when you looked at Farley's party, when you looked at what happened previous to that into Tobago, and the way in which that Tobago tried to receive Stuart Young, we have to look at Tobago East and Tobago West seats. We also have to look at the marginal, right? So I am not going to outrightly say, because of the crowd yesterday for PNM and for the UNC and also by extension Tobago crowd, I am not going to predict election results based on crowd response. because we could have a large crowd, but on election day we fail to turn up and vote. When you look at past elections, you can realize that the UNC has popular votes. And when you looked at the elections in terms of winning seats, it will definitely be the People's National Movement. But because small party now enter the race, and because of all the bacchanal controversy and you name it, in the past 5 to 10 years approximately, we now have to look at democracy in a different direction. We now have to exercise democracy, and we now have to say the youths are now opening their eyes, because um, when you looked at what is being dished out to the youth wants real representation, and they want something that they can work with now. Therefore, you can see a lot of youths, even there, who are dropouts or who finish school or who even going for degrees. There were there were kind of like, in terms of the employment aspect, it were a bit limited. And we also have to look at the availability of employment, the availability of programs. Yes, the People's National Movement can now boast and say that they have put programs in place. But we have to look at the statistic aspect of how many persons will enroll in these programs. Is the program working for the youths, or they want to continue to look at the rogue element as leadership qualities, or to look at the element rogue as person they can look up to as a community leader because the system has failed them? So now that we have, well, Dr. Rowley is still the political leader of the People's National Movement, and Stuart Young is the Prime Minister. Now we have a kind of dynamics in terms of changing. I can see that PNM make a bold move, and it's a bold move for change. And I like that. I like that slogan. I like the fact that they decided that they're going to make a difference in the lives of youths. And when you looked at the way PNM in terms of 1956 to now, they always have a strong foundation, whether it be for the election machinery, whether it be the fact that in the Western, in terms of the Western Hemisphere, they are one of the strongest political party. I can say that it's a bit kind of shaky sometimes in terms of governance. And what my advice to the People's National Movement moving forward is that if you can implement a law or the constitution in parliament, change where you can serve as a member of parliament and help the poor people in your communities or your constituencies, and that you can separate being a minister from a member of parliament. That way you can bridge the gap, and we can all serve the people of Trinidad and Tobago, sorry, for better Trinidad and Tobago, in other words, right? I would say, in my prediction, it is definitely fluctuating. It is neck and neck, and I would like to see the outcome of this results. I am not going to have an outright prediction, because as an upcoming budding political analyst who will be graduating in a few months, I have to look at my predecessors and my superiors and take note of what they say and as well, and analyze it, because I am not graduated as yet. People might say X, Y, and Z, and Farley did this, and Rowley did that, and the whole mudslinging. But we have to face reality. We have to understand the problems of the people and what have they accomplished as not infrastructure, but building, building you as an individual. What can't you say for the last 9 years and a half? As a youth in Trinidad and Tobago from the ages of 18 to 24 years, what could you come to the forefront and tell me, tell you, tell Trinidad and Tobago that the PNM have done an exceptional job, and I am a person who is grounded, and we want some sort of continuation. And I see that the youths are gravitating to the People's National Movement because they're looking at continuation. But then when you have the UNC now coming into play and saying, when UNC win, everybody win, and they're using strategies like laptop for all in terms of the in terms of the school children, axe the tax, and expanding of the gate program. And then when the PNM is saying another mandate, you now kind of now sending subliminal messages, both parties. So as much as persons might not understand where I'm coming from, they have to understand the dynamics of the politics, right? One more thing before I give you a hearing. What would have been exceptional is that if Dr. Rowley had continued in terms of moving away from the political life, in terms of okay, the appointment is for Stuart Young. You're now the prime minister, moving away now as well as political leader, but he hold on to his position of political leader because of the cancellation of the convention, and the members was not allowed to vote for their political leader, right? I'm not clueless. I'm simply saying it as it is and how I sees it and how some persons saw it, right? Devon, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Yeah, are you hearing me now? Eric?
I hear you loud and clear. I don't know. He and his
Right, but what
his
I'm saying
audio.
is that people need to understand the dynamics of the politics, and we need to at least be some sort of balance, because this election is not like any other election, Eric and Devon and Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm hoping that you go out there and do your civic duty, your rights to vote. This is called democracy. And one more thing before I go, you can see that both parties are crossing the floor, from Anita Haynes, from the others going across and coming across and whatever they want to cross. But we have to get the mandate correct. And let's see how it's going to go down on election day, the 28th of April, which is in a few hours. Thank you.
Wow, that
All
was
right,
a
well,
mouth.
thanks a lot for your input, dear.
That was a mouthful.
Thank you, dear.
But I know everybody may have their opinion, right? I agree with some of the pointers that Mr. Saran would have given, right? But most interestingly, right, that the UNC opposition, right, they start in opposition for the last 9.5 years, right? Within that 9.5 years, they didn't seem to get nothing afoot, right? They didn't expect the outcome to be this way. That is one. And two, I agree with Mr. Saran that the MPs and ministers need to separate the function as MP and as minister. You know what I mean? Because yes, you'll be an MP and a minister, but there are times you may have to kind of really give it a little space then, more or less. Even though, to add to what I just said, most of the MPs have office days in their constituency, where the constituents will come and they will air their concerns. Yeah, I say most of them air their concerns, and the MP now will take it into consideration and bring it before the cabinet or the whatever they tend to have their discussions, right? And I personally don't think it's not no shaking on with PNM this election. The writing is already set for this election. It is clear as day. People who ain't want to see it, they are blinded by false narratives and false deceits. Long and short of it. The information is out there. It's up to you to decide who you want to govern the affairs of this country for the next 5 years. So I don't think it are no shaky ground there or no thing. It is set in stone. It's either you want the country to go forward as a nation or you want the country to end up bankrupt and head to the IMF. It's plain and simple. That is my take on it. How about you, Fearless?
Well, my take on it is that I'm going to wait until tomorrow, and my polls, because I have done my polling, and a number of people have asked, how you think it going, how you think it going, and I deliberately would have been saying, give me until Tuesday, last week Tuesday, to say, what, I want to sneeze about, just can't sneeze. What is my take on it? And I told them that give me until Tuesday and I will tell you. And as I told people, I saw on Tuesday something that was phenomenal. And let me just let people know, it was no set of little children coming to no meeting. It was people literally came to the meeting, supporting. It was no CPEP, no thing, no. People came on their own. Nobody had a bossy, nobody, nothing at all. And the meeting was big. It was one of the biggest crowds. And it just goes to show you, and I keep saying that yes, we have to focus on the marginals because those are the important seats, basically. Not the strongholds, the marginals. And after I watched that crowd that came out to show the support, and even on Friday they came out again, let me tell you something. I again will say it and I'll say it again tonight. I am expecting 24 seats. Now, I know plenty of people will say, but wait now, but fellas, use a political guru or you use a CMAN or some kind of thing. Based on elections I have seen in the past, and based on election I'm going to see now in the future, because going forward now it will be different. But I am seeing 24 seats. Some people saying more than that, but I am seeing 24 seats. With 17 parties, people are not stupid out here. And I'll tell you this. People are not stupid out here. Right? And
sorry, go ahead.
Crowd don't win elections, we know that. But everywhere you go, and even the conversation on the ground, regardless of whoever it is, because it needn't bother me whether it's African or Indian or whoever is the saying of it. But I can tell you.
Yeah, I don't know with your audio, Fearless.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of the people who would have been, you hear me good?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right, good. Yeah, so most of the people who you would have who I've spoken with and gone in and let me tell you, it's not no friend and not no partner. No. I literally will go, I will sit down and I will talk with people. And people will literally tell you, boy, the PNM going and win. They're going out and they're going and vote. Kamala don't stand a chance. These are the remarks, you know. These are the remarks, you know. And when they listen to Kamala and they watch, Stuart Young is younger and he has a policy and he know what he's going for. When they watch Kamala Prasad Bisasa, they say, nah man, if she had stepped down, she would have win. But because she ain't stepping down, and I'm not talking about just youth, I'm talking about mature, middle age, old, young, who could vote. I'm talking about who could vote. And if I tell you, Eric, if I tell you, it was just like when we went to Tobago for the Tobago election. And when you spoke, yeah, because all them teachers want to show in your mouth, man. Oh God. Yeah, cover it, cover it, cover it. Yeah. All those when we spoke to people on the ground, the people would have stated their disgruntlement. They would have stated why it is they don't like something that the People's National Movement did in Tobago. And even when we told them about what you did, what was the response? That we in Tobago, we don't really care about what's going on in Trinidad.
We go fix this.
And it just goes to show you that they didn't care about that. And it's the same thing that we're seeing. The people who want to come out and they want to go out and vote tomorrow, they are going to send a message to Kamala that Kamala, no, your time is
We
up.
don't want that. We don't want
But
that.
go ahead.
And then again, too, to after we staying there,
Go ahead.
you would have lost 15 to 16 elections in the last 10 years. You lost 2 general elections. You lost 2016 local, 2019 local, and you joined 2023. You lost umpteen by-elections. You lost the THE election in 2013. Right? And knowingly that you was unsuccessful in all these elections and petitions that you all had, you refused to step down. So it's only fair that this time around, the electorate is going to send Kamala Prasad Bisasa a message, a strong message. Your buy-sell days are gone. And what the electorate is looking at, right? You had the president of the OWTU, Anthony Roger, who would have had nothing good to say about you, drag an effigy of you all about the place, right? In 2015. In 2023, you had Philip Alexander had nothing good to say about you. Everything he said was, oh, you're old and you're tottering and you had this one and your buy-sell days are going and all sorts of man up ill against Kamala. Right? You know what you do? You decide to have a coalition of interest. So the electorate will be looking at that because you did it in 2010 with the CUNT, COP, UNC, NJAC, TOP, and the MSJ. But the MSJ would have pulled out some months after because they realized the stench of corruption that was afoot in that partnership. And then when he questioned you and he tell you about it, your response was what? What she can do nothing about it. So if you cannot do nothing about it, then you are part and parcel of the corruption. The late NJAC leader, Makanda Daga, stood up and said, in all his years, he never see people take money as if they was making it. So these is things people is going to sit. Now, what they want to create, fearless, in the minds of the voter, that, you remember in 2023, they had a slogan, don't vote, just vote. So she wants that same mantra in this time around. Don't vote, just vote. Vote blindly for the UNC. Vote blindly for party. That is what Kamala is telling this electorate in this country. Right? And that's what David Tito said earlier on. You want to legalize stand your ground and firearms. Who is that going to benefit? Not me, not you, or the East West Corridor. So Kamala Posadi says that you can fool the waterfront ilk, but you can't fool the population of Trinidad Tobago. They will never forget what you did in 2010 to 2015. And those who want to talk about this $2.6 billion with Tom Imbert, they throw that in the public space, and all the trolls and the supporters and activists take it and run with it up to this day. Half of them don't know economics in this country. So that is why they could jump on social media and talk foolishness. Nothing of substance whatsoever. Right? So the message is clear. It's a resounding message. And to answer one of the persons on the live here, right? Yes, Manning, God rest his soul, had the biggest crowd in 2010. But here, what was Manning downfall? You see the advisor she had, he had with him, the one who does storm people funeral, the funeral stormer or crasher. You know who this, right?
Yeah,
The funeral crasher and stormer, who would have advised Manning is alleged that the country was ready for a snap election. And prior to that, she would have billed all her money from Clico before it collapsed in 2008. And it's she that people say that Manning is the cause of the election. Is that woman the funeral crasher or fence jumper that would have advised Manning and tell Manning, yes, they're ready for election? People doesn't know the truth. But the truth come out now. And Manning was not called the election in May of 2010. And the company lost 29 seats. And they put a woman who didn't know nothing about prime ministership. Because why? She had a cabal around she. A cabal. And that same cabal is set to return this time around. If Trinidadians and Tobagonians play fast and loose with their votes and vote in that so-called coalition of interest, because if all it is in 2010 times that by 10 in 2025, and you will see the difference that they're gonna watch where they wanna say, oh, PNF have people eating grass. Well, no self. You gonna really see who eating the grass in this country. It wouldn't be their people. So all they play fast and loose and go down and support them and go down and think. Elections are won by votes. Elections are not won by crowd. We can have 50,000 people in a crowd and only 10,000 come and vote. Make it make sense. Elections are won by votes.
Well, one of the things I don't want people to be saying is that we have it in the bag. You see this thing where we have it in the bag? The bag doesn't have a hole and all this drop out, you know. You gotta make sure and secure all them holes. so that nothing ain't falling out. Because when you go by that polling station, it didn't have, but I didn't like how he talked to me by the gate, so I just turned around like vex and I walk back home. Get yourself inside it. Just get yourself inside.
Forget
I'm
about
ready to vote.
Yeah. And the other way say too, people must stop this up in their feelings behavior. And he ain't like this one, and I don't know why he come here, and I don't like he, and me ain't like she, and what he and she know about here, and all this kind of personality and this kind of up in the feelings behavior. We have to throw that out through the window. We have to make sure and make the right choice. Come out and make your voice be heard. And next thing too, Fearless, I would have seen it. You know what overwhelmed me? The amount of young people was singing that song when he's singing Stewarty. The support that young people is getting from Stuart Young, the energy, I should say, it is far beyond par. You understand? But I just want them to take that energy and transform it onto the ballot paper tomorrow morning. In about 8 hours' time, the polling station is going to open. So, people, young people, we have to get this done. Get up, take your brother, take your sister, take your cousin, take your nanny, your bougie, your aunt, your uncle, your mother, your father, your dog, your cat, your bull, your horse, your donkey, your snake, your fish. If you can't think and you're in a competition, call your candidate, call the constituency office, call the campaign office. Make sure and go out and make your voice be heard. After this time, it have no other time, you know. You understand? We are looking to make an impact in this country going forward. 2025, 26, 27, 28, 29, 2030. Let the UNC sit down in the wilderness for another 5 years until they get the fact right. And as the late great Basio Pandey say, once Kamla Prasad, the sister, is still the opposition leader or the leader of the UNC would always be in opposition for the next 20 years. They already done 10 years already. This time going to make it 5. And after this time, the next time go make it a 5 again. So by 2035, I don't know if they might come to the right senses. But people, we have to get this done. We are all in this for TNT. And as the great Rodney Charles say, and it's the PNM party will take Trinidad and Tobago out of the morass and out of the nonsense and out of the stupidity that passes for governance in Trinidad and Tobago. And the PNM party is the best party to take Trinidad and Tobago out of the morass and out of the nonsense and out of the stupidity that passes for governance in Trinidad and Tobago. And the words of the late great Patrick Augustus Murphy Manning, the Kamla Prasad Bissessa today, who is aspiring herself to be an alternative prime minister to Trinidad and Tobago, is just not ready. Lack the political skill, lack the political experience, lack the political acumen, and will be a disaster if, God forbid, Trinidad and Tobago elect her as the next prime minister of this country again. Did not Japonese say, huh?
We're gonna play this song and then we're gonna come right back.
Yeah.
We're gonna play some songs and we're gonna come right back because we want to make people feel a little jolly. You know,
yeah.
They like to move
give them that little energy. Give them some PNM songs.
But this one is for the vessels, for the young vessels who want to go there and vote tomorrow.
Stewart Young, them one. Stewart Young, them one. Stewart Young, them one.
Is it? Looking for a cure for the cause.
Oh, you dealing with the boss?
P&M could have never take a loss. Everybody a vote for Stuart fast. Vote for Stuart Young is a must, yeah. P&M respect Brad. Original party, the rest of them are fraud. Is it? Yeah, man, a top ranking. AKA Body Every Day. AKA Mr. Universe. AKA Eastside. I'm here to vote for Stuart Young. Is it? Yo, P&M. Ready, ready, show me who ready, ready, show me who ready, ready. This is the time, this is the place. The future is here, no time to waste. We build on the strength of those who trod this road before. Coming again, coming again. I feel the light, shining so bright in me heart and we soul. Red, black and white, together we strong. Come sun, come rain, cause it's blood in we veins. We all are the same. You don't know we ready already. Oh, yeah. Already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. We under the same sky, feeling the same things. The movement is forward. We all want the same thing. Together we aspire, so we must achieve. Call the red army, the whole of TNT. So show them we ready already. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Fire in the soul, a nation so strong. Through the heart of a people, the victory is won. We fight for tomorrow, we fight for today. Stand strong together, blow the evil away. If we are one, the victory is sure. Divide and rule, we don't want that no more. Clean heart, clean hands, it's love to the core. And if love is the word, how about that we show? You don't know. So tell them you're ready already. The thing that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Don't know we ready already. The thing that's set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Oh, just tell them we all in. Oh, tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we all in. Tell them we ready and ready. Thing done set already. Tell them we all in, we all in, we all in. No.
Be all in for TNT on April 28th. Vote PNM. Great is the PNM.
Tanku is telling us that the UNC government will cut out corruption. Now, this has to be a sick joke. Because I've often given evidence where I've shown the UNC is in opposition and the corruption continues. David Lee was on $1 million bail only for us to find out that he was cleared of all charges. Now we are finding out that the DPP wants to reopen the case. And what about Barry Padarat? Money going into his account via Kamla and vice versa. But they want to get rid of corruption, eh? And those UNC Health Corporation presently riddled in corruption. The Sandy Grande Corporation riddled in corruption. The Superior Corporation, which happens to be Kamla's constituency, she remains silent. Even the Shaguanas Corporation. And what about that 30 million judgment via the live sport? But they are going to get rid of corruption, eh? And when Kamla told us that that Piako airport was a witch hunt, what was the end result? They are going to get rid of corruption, eh? Rudal Monila with this EMBD issue. They are going to get rid of corruption, they say, you know. He still has that hanging over his head. Stacey Rupnerang found out that there was corruption. She passed it on to Kamala. What did Kamala do? Pass it on to the line minister. We all know the end result of that. Even the Children Life Fund, for goodness sake, you all created a life fund for children to help children, to save children's lives. What was the end result? They started thief from the life fund. But Dave Tanku telling us that they are going to cut out corruption. And why was Glenn Ram fired from 3 state boards? Or you started think yet, but they are going to cut out corruption, eh? My God.
My God. Shoot. Imagine what we a man get fired from it.
Is that?
Watson. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
you was saying something that I didn't hear what you were saying just now. Sorry.
3 boards and a ram. 3 boards. A man get fired from. And he is a part of administration. He want to be a part of administration. God forbid that they get into office. Imagine that. Let me go. Go ahead. The countdown is on.
Imagine that.
Go ahead,
Imagine
Eric,
that.
go ahead.
Hello? You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I'm saying, imagine that. You have a person who was a former MP, got fired not 1, not 2, but 3 public utilities in this country. And today, you have the opposition leader, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, is looking to put him back as a minister in this country. You have a former minister who left Canada, came down here, give a statement, or record a statement to the police relative to alleged human trafficking by another MP who was in the Kamala Persad-Bissessar, the opposition, is vying to come back as Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts in this country. People, election is around the corner. In 7 hours and 40 minutes, the first poll is going to, not the first poll, the polls are going to open. And I know that some people just anxiously waiting, especially the elderlies, who was anxiously waiting for that poll to open to want cast a ballot resoundingly for the People's National Movement candidates and people in the Malabar Mausika constituency. But we know the areas like Samaru Village and Karapo and them, who is predominantly so-called UNC areas, and who was in the spotlight for all the criminal behavior under the then COP, now UNC, and the Roberts. So I know that Dominic would have done his part by walking the constituency, listening and having gone into the walk with him, the response he was getting was a positive response. You might get one or two in between who kind of not sure what they want, but hoping they get a handout. You would expect that. But all in all, the overall response was 100%.
What do you think about Felicia? Because we had to talk in public servants.
Listen to me. Devon, aka Fearless Warrior, I don't want to start a cuss tonight on this program. You see, that woman, she's a blasted disgrace to the Public Services Association. A blasted disgrace. Right? And Dr. Roddy said it last night. You have 90,000 public servants in this country called Trinidad and Tobago. And out of the 90,000 people, only 2,000 people voted for you. And then you didn't even win the election. You stole the election. Sacrosanct stole the PSA election last month. They stole it. And then when you won, when you didn't won in my book, right? The media asks you, well, seniors they were saying and X, Y, and Z, and what are your take on the election and what are your plans going forward? Your initial response was to unseat the government. So in other alternative motives that you had, hoping that the UNC will air or hear your plight, which they wouldn't acknowledge. Right? You're going and you align the whole Public Services Association to the UNC. It had people, Fearless, people right now in the public service sector in distraught. They don't know what to do again. They don't know how to turn. People wanted the 4% and liberties and this next dirty one called Felicia Thomas. Only playing politics with the people and them. It's not about them, you know. It is not about them public servants. It's about the officials within the public sector, the executive, who want to live life nice and lavishly. You understand? Them don't care about the public sector servants. All them studying is themselves. Because how could you go on a platform as a PSA president to make negotiations with all the CPO? Let me make it make sense. And on top of that, you gonna hang up UNC flag in the Public Service Association lobby area. So are you saying that the PSA gone UNC? Or the few WASA daily paid workers you rounds up? Because it's only WASA alone, they must take care about it. Only WASA alone, they just take care of.
Yeah.
Nobody else in the public sector. So is it that Felicia Thomas went to the public, not the public, the WASA daily paid workers, make them put on green jerseys and give the perception that the PSA is disenchanted with the government and make it look as if the UNC endorsed the PSA. That's what they did in the so-called rally they had down in St. Ecklands last month as well. And up in Fireverse, when they had a meeting in Fireverse. So her stance all along, you being a contract worker from since Watson Duke to now, never elevate yourself, never even try to negotiate for better arrangements. When you was a contract worker underneath these people, Leroy Baptiste and Watson Duke. Right? But you're coming today to tell people we want to start at 10%, but I got to realize now that they started backpedal because all the time you're sitting in the platform, we go for 10% and 10%, we want 10% and thing. I hear now that they're backpedaling now and saying that the negotiation will start nothing other than 10%. So it isn't guaranteed. It isn't guaranteed that the opposition leader is going to honor that 10%. That individual is going to send the PSA down a pipeline or a rabbit hole of no return. Go ahead. I just think not wrong.
Well, you know what is sad about this whole thing, Eric, is that negotiations have started for 2020 to 2023. And a lot of unions have already done sign and take the money, the 5%. And here it is, public servants can't even get off the ground from 2013 to 2020. What is sad in this whole thing is that the union continues to get their little $100 from working public servants. But the man who retired in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020, he can't get no money. How that could be fair? I really had to talk to them, you know. How that could be fair to know that you work all this time and a bunch of little misfit set of fools telling you that, hey, you can't get that money because we want to tie up the whole government in court. Because they want a big portion of the money when the country don't have the money. And when we were supposed to have some money, it was the same Roger that told BP, take up your rig and go. Take up your rig and go. And BP did just that. Took the rig and they went to another country called in Mexico. So when we were supposed to be able to bring in foreign investment in this country, Felicia Thomas is now aligning herself with Roger, who did not want foreign investment to come in this country, so that she could benefit in terms of salary. But you want to go on a platform, but they're not telling the people that the PSA is on the brink of being decertified because they have not met certain commitments that is statutory by the register of trade unions. So let me be real. When Duke was there, Duke was blocking the nurses and them from getting the registration. But people want to go and vote. People want to tell people, Duke want to come and tell people about all kind of dotishness. Fast forward, Duke put this old man inside a day who's supposed to go away. Leroy Baptiste, which was his psychic. And Leroy Baptiste collect money because he's the president, he collecting the money. But you, the ordinary citizen, the ordinary paid public servant, can't get your money. Because now Felicia come now to continue where Leroy Batiste left off, where Duke left off by not making sure he get $1. Thousands and thousands of oil, paying oil $100, but can't see a little pay increase from since 2013. Look, people like Jenny is going to $25. And Jenny money.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Eric, she gonna retire. Eh? And she can't get she money from 2013 to now. You think that right?
Yeah, correct. She going to retire. She going to retire this year, I think.
Is
And
this year?
I must say, I really felt it for Jenny, knowing that all the years that she would have been fighting for that organization, for the rights and justice of its workers, to see that to where it is today. And mark my words, fearless. Mark my words. You see, after this election, you see, I giving them until about June. The PSA members is going to take a ton in Felicia Thomas' backside. Right? Because remember, she hoping that the UNC win that little thing. But if they win, what will happen after? It's pressure for she from now until 2029. You will be president. Well, we're gonna show you what presidents get for not honoring your subordinates. You understand?
And let me tell you something, eh? If it is, and you're right, if it is that she don't win, what's going to happen? Yeah, they don't understand the repercussion of members forming PSA and pelting them out of the office. You know?
She will learn.
They don't understand that.
That's why I tell you, she go learn president. That's why I say she already know what president mean in an organization. You understand? Because when people graph she but she weave, she go know. You understand? Look at seeing here, Natalie Superville saying that PSA is waiting for Canada to win so they can get their back pay. Natalie Superville, that is not the whole of PSA. Them few people they see in Green Jersey is WhatsApp daily paid workers that align themselves with Felicia Thomas inside that day. That is not the whole PSA. Right now, a lot of people have dropped off of the PSA. So right now, the money is dwindling right now in the PSA. The $100, they ain't getting it as before. So them what you're seeing there in the little Green Jersey and them in their meeting is WhatsApp daily paid workers. Not the whole of, she don't speak for the whole of the PSA. She just speak for the WhatsApp workers alone. The little 200 or 300 WhatsApp workers that she cannot have a control over. Yeah? Yeah, over to you.
But you know what is so sad about this thing is that they are going to go into this election hoping from the promises like a fool. No real tangible benefit. Because let me tell you something. You know, a birdie whispered to me and told me the only reason why they keep joining with the UNC It's because they tell themselves they're going to get some form of money. Because PSA is in big trouble at this point in time. They're financially bankrupt. They are financially bankrupt. And if you are financially bankrupt, then you can't be no PSA union. And they will tell you, look out for decertification of this union. PSA will become a union as like the thing of the past. The thing of the past. Because you know why? Those people who are members who just run out and vote for Felicia because we don't like the PNM, we don't want the PNM day because they are always UNC. Now you're going to be faced with a situation that the union have no money, they can't go to court with your trade union matters, nothing at all, they can't do nothing. They can't do nothing because the bankrupt. That's why they needed to get. Go ahead, Eric.
Now, those 2000
Eric.
You hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I was saying, right?
Yeah, you
Those
go ahead. You go
2000,
ahead.
you hear me? You hear me?
Yes, you go ahead.
No, what I'm
Yes,
saying,
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
right? What I'm saying, right? Those 2000 persons who would have voted for her last month, most of them is WASA workers. Because you can tell me out of 90,000 public servants, 0.02 people come and vote for you. That is 2,000 people. You understand? But it goes to show, and they rightfully say, fearless, why all these people are lining themselves for the UNC? They hoping to get some sort of inducement. Or who get horn, and they couldn't take the horn, and they come up with a vendetta against the PNM. When big man get on, did us get vexed. So they come out with a vendetta. Who can account for our TV, and they fled the scene because they was threatened by certain people, and today they come back and mock the platform. Yeah. They're gonna have people looking for handouts in the UNC and praising the opposition leader as if she's the best thing since sliced bread. Well, if that is sliced bread, that one bread I wouldn't buy in the bakery.
Well, let me tell you something, eh? It will be a sad day tomorrow to know that many of the PNM people don't come out and vote. You have to come out and vote. To not vote tomorrow would mean that you are giving way to a bunch of misfits and thieves to enter the treasury. And what I mean enter the treasury, this is what they do. This is what they do, Eric. Eric, watch. Wait, God. No, watch it. Let's take it in again carefully. of what is going to happen if you don't come out and vote.
NIB, UTC, we can use their cash balances. NIB, UTC, we can use their cash balances. We can use their cash balances.
She won that list, that cent. She didn't leave in nothing. They want everything. But let me tell you this.
I think that's a great idea for the UNC came up with, because to be able to generate revenue means that it will be able to create foreign exchange for Trinidad and Tobago, basically, and it will help businesses, small businesses, etc.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Right? That the UNC plan to generate money. Sell Tobago. Eh? Listen to it.
Media houses charge the PNM less than the UNC for advertising. Did you know that? Did you know that they're charging them less, and in some cases they're not charging them at all? When UNC wins, we're coming for them. We are coming for them. We will come for them.
No, I want to deal with that. I want to deal with that. Because I want to tell Miss Kamala Prasad Bissessar. Look.
To me,
media houses charge the PNM less than the UNC for advertising. Did you know that? Did you know that they're charging them less, and in some cases they're not charging them at all? When UNC wins, we're coming for them. We are coming for them. We will come for them.
To me, all them media houses them better brace itself for lost job. If UNC win for job cuts in those media houses, the same Akal Samari when all them wanted to lift up Kamala, they go ahead.
Eric.
Yeah,
that
you
is
hear me?
a blatant.
All right, guys. Like apparently, Phyllis camera stick and the audio stick. Yeah, like what I said earlier on.
Right. We back up.
All right. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
No, what I was saying, that is an attack on the media association in this country, the journalists in this country. Most of them is anti-PNM. That is an attack on the journalists, because do you have insider information to back up what you said with respect to the advertisement and the meetings or what have you? Yeah.
Well, let me tell you this, What is amazed me, Eric? Just a minute. Yeah, what is amazed me is that Kamala Prasad Bissessar has made it a business to say some people are doing it for free. Now, I don't know if she was talking about we, because we are not charging the PNM, we're doing it out of human service.
Correct.
So I don't know if she's studying to come after we, and how she coming after we, like what went on Saturday, where a blatant sabotage transpired, knocking
all the
out
media houses.
every single media house. Eh? Kamala feels she bright. Kamala feels she alone. Now, I want to know where they get that technology from, because not everybody is supposed to have that type of technology to jam people's signal. Because only when she came on to talk, only when the festival came on to talk, the signal get jammed. And it so happened that we had to actually run, put back up the signal, put back up the signal in order for people to see the PNM meeting. Imagine that. So they so wanted everybody to watch and see the UNC meeting, but they don't want people to see the massive crowd that came out and supported the People's National Movement. They went as far.
But then again too, that was expected, because they want the public viewing to see what bullshit that she coming to talk. You understand? Because even though when we was going live on our page and them thing on Facebook, there was interfering with the live as well. Until it started be going, reloading, connecting, and then it cut off, it come back on, connecting. Yeah. So we knew that they were out to sabotage the PNM meeting, but according to Honorable Camille Robinson Wages, big jackass, small jackass, same cutters. You understand? Because of lately, I saw the USC Cabal page put out something, the amount of bots they had on YouTube and on Facebook. And you see, just what I showed you yesterday, on their live, when they had now started, there are 174 people viewing, and within the space of 5 minutes, they reach over 5,000. You understand?
Yep.
And within the last 3 hours yesterday, over 51,000 people view it. The UNC is buying viewers. The UNC does manipulate the numbers of the viewing. Whether it's meetings or whatever, they manipulate the numbers. So it's no surprise to me what they did yesterday. And I always say, they could do what? They want to do what kind of thing? But they cut our still book. You understand? Nobody want to hear earlier. People spread up earlier. When UNC win, everybody wins. Say when UNC win, all you win. Your financiers win. People who look like you win, Kamala, not people like me and other people like myself. Make it make sense. No audio.
Yeah, then we will see people cussing inside of it. Everything go collapse. And then you know they go say, blame Kamala. And that's what they're doing. Roger, all of them, no fafa that did have a meeting going on up the road by Eddie Hart Ground. Somebody would have had a jammer. And I don't know how they do it. Not how they do it. I don't know. I know how they do it. But I don't know how they get it in. And who is that person that have that jammer that knock out the signal? Literally, knock out the signal, People couldn't even see it on TV. They couldn't see nothing on TV.
Also on YouTube.
Not even by all the social media. Everything was out. No, It was just, I ain't gonna lie.
You think them easy and joke? If they could, if they look sharp, they will see the chrome out of him.
But I tell you, them will thief your thing and leave it, take the whole rim and leave it here, just to ensure that you can't go nowhere. They will tell you how bad it was. Knock it out, Nobody couldn't see nothing.
You
And
understand?
up to now, Kamala Prasad has not even made a statement stating why it happened.
Why? You know that woman. Now, hear what is upsetting me with that individual. You call Kamala, you call Camille, what kind of name? You call Dr. Oli, what kind of name? Right? You said you're not apologizing for nothing. But last night, you want to apologize. Nobody ain't want to hear you, Kamala. We don't want to hear your lies and your deceit. You too blasted deceit for a 73-year-old woman. You too blasted deceitful. You understand? No, everybody in the UNC, what is something? That was an orchestrated plan. Because they don't want to broadcast the PNM meeting. Because you know why? People who are desperate, persons who are desperate will do them kind of thing to get people to view them. But you see, if you're corrupted and you're underhand and you have nothing to offer, what do you expect? What do you expect from a UNC who have run this campaign, as what David Tate said, based on race? Watch the caliber of people that they had on social media, preferably TikTok, saying all kind of things. Watch the quality of ads they had on social media and on the media, traditional media, promoting only a black face. Only pay an old man to come and lie on the national TV about pension. An old man, and all how PNM debunk it, or it's still showing it because you know what is that? They blatantly don't care about the elderly in this country. Because if people debunk that and you continue playing that ad, then that goes to show all they have nothing to offer the people in this country. Literally nothing. Watch the content creators that they use. Now, if you are paying, all right, let's hear this, right? If I'm an opposition party and I want to get the message out to the people, I will take African people, yes, but people who have education, people who are knowledgeable, people who have professional way of communicating and conversing, so we can debate. So if the UNC would have taken persons of caliber to debate the PNM, then we go say, well, all right, we understand? Watch the quality of persons that the UNC took to put on TikTok, half of them, if not half, all of them, ain't no one blasted thing about politics. If you ask them, what is the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, they don't know. If you ask them, what is the legislation of they don't know. Who are the different bodies of that make up the country? They don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But come to tell me in my face, oh, they're suffering, and yellow is the code, and yellow is the code. And when Kareem, Minister Young, and Foster call them out, they jump back on TikTok. I want to target them and say, why are they calling me for? And be hungry and be think. So and this is what the UNC utilizes on. They utilize the ignorance, the eater food, and the illiteracy of the population to carry out that kind of diatribe on people. That's not showing you. Them cannot appease to me, and I am on TikTok. And when I see them, I just scroll past them because I have no time to hear the bullshit that other spirit. But all right, in an hour's time, all campaigning states, when you shut up tomorrow night, let me see what will happen because I could tell you, most of them and those content creators is going to lose a lot of followers.
Well, they don't care about that. They don't care about that.
Correct.
They don't care about that. They care about the food because one said straight up. If they pay in media houses, why they can't pay them? Take care of the propaganda and the lies. One even went further to say they all need to unite. Imagine that they say they have to unite in order to win an attack. One who was supposed to be charged. Well, I see lawyer. Well, when I talk about it yesterday, they pull it down. The monitor ain't good enough. There is monitor bounce up so good. They pull down the Sayodan video where he talking about they come and they hold him. But he 3 lawyers who went to court who went to the station, not the court, who went in the station and he didn't get charged. Let me tell you something. You see, when Stuart Young comes into office, we have to really fix
the judicial system and the protective services in this country.
You telling me, boy? And this
especially the judicial system. Because listen to me. I'm going to tell you, sir.
Go ahead.
Listen to me. A lot of underhandedness does take place in this country. That is why I despise lawyers. I despise them. You know why? Not all of them. Most of them. Because all they can't come and tell me, if you see or they know this man kill this man, or they know this man is a criminal, right? Or they know this man is a pest in society, and this so-and-so will go to court and defend this man to the last breath in their life, just to get him bail. But then again, the magistrate and the judges have to use their discretion. Because if you see that this individual have appeared before you on more than one occasion, then that will ring a bell. But you have lawyers in this country and judges who is politically aligned. And we have to stop this bullshit. What good for Ganda, good for the blasted goose. Don't make it feel as if there is law for one cross section of the country and a law for the other cross section. No, it operates so. If you are a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, the law is for every single body.
Yeah.
But we want to utilize politics into everything. Because we have political lawyers and political judges.
Yeah.
And magistrates and these things. You understand? So my thing is, when Prime Minister Young assumes office on the 29th, I know he have a lot of tasks on his hand. But he needs to make some drastic measures in dealing with it. I don't even want to say the word. People in society who are supposed to be upholding the law, finding every loophole to cause problems in this country. You understand?
Well, Eric, we are down to the final hour. We are down to the final hour. And let's take a break.
Let's stop before we take the break. I seen somebody here put up Ricardo Cook. Well, I won't call her name. Put up on the chat here that Ian Allen, here he goes again. His father is the father of the church that does appear on the university platform. This thing for them, right? I hear that they're saying here that Ian Allen post up something on Facebook about prisoners becoming special voters. Here now.
Oh yes, yeah.
Here now. Here now. Take a break, fellas, because do that when we come back.
All right, so let's take a break. Oh God, let's take a break, and we will be right back. Oh boy, director, take a musical break first, please. Let me just sort out something. Take a musical break, and we'll be right back.
I really couldn't believe it. Who they going to replace him with? I call him, call me back. He say, Coco, we have it done back. He says, son, we come to a decision. We off the ground with Stuart Young. He ball out crooks. I hope you like this move. We in a groove. The whole cabinet approved. The whole of the PNM pack. Foster Penny and Camila Green. Marvin Gonzalez, Brian and Gatti Dolly. Everyone rooting for Stuarty. Great replacement for Rowley. Go spread the word. PNM strong. We going with Stuart Young. Ding dong. We had a bit of troubles. Some wanted penny beckles, cause they know penny good for so. It was almost a split decision. The vote ended up 9-11. In the end, all of them hug up like friends. Cause great is the PNM. He ball on crooks. I hope you like this move. We in a groove. The whole cabinet approved. The whole of the PNM pack. Foster Penny and Camila Green. Marvin Gonzalez, Brian and Gatsby Dolly. Everyone rooting for Stuarty. Great replacement for Rowley. Go spread the word. PNM strong. We going with Stuart Young. Ding dong. remember this. You fall in love with office, the whole nation send you a kiss. Hamilton fall and she in step here. The woman wouldn't get out from there. Right on, sir. We would always remember Rowley as a great leader. He ball out crooks. I hope you like this move. We in a group. The whole cabinet approved. The whole of the PNM party. Foster Penny and Camille agree. Marvin Gonzalez, Brian and Caspi Dolly. Everyone rooting for Stiarty. Great replacement for Rowley. Go spread the word. PNM strong. We going with Stuart Young. Ding dong. I must say thanks openly. Thanks to you, Dr. Rowley, on behalf of the whole country. Imposters call you all kind of name, but you are now in the Hall of Fame. Thank you, sir, on behalf of Trinbago, kudos coming from Coco. He ball out crooks. I hope you like this move. We in a groove. The whole cabinet approved. The whole of the PNM pack. Foster Penny and Camille agree. Marvin Gonzalez, Brian and Caspi Dolly. Everyone rooting for Stiarty. Great replacement for Rowley. Go spread the word. PNM strong. We going with Stuart Young. Ding dong.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Stiarty.
With ear that go wrong, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he young.
Stiarty. When I hear it, I didn't believe it. I went and checked it. They say he well fit.
We have a new leader, he's strong with real power. The best in Trinidad, tell them great faces so.
Stiarty. A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Stiarty.
With ear that go wrong, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he young.
Stiarty. He's the future Prime Minister, with so much bigger, we can't get better.
The sector called energy, he rescued that for me. Then he fight for more money to put real billions in the treasury.
Stiarty. A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Stiarty.
With ear that go wrong, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he young.
Stiarty. As an attorney, he cover TNT. Handle the demands, the country in good hands.
It will be there to show the economy will grow, negativity will go, better days for Trinbago.
A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Stiarty.
With ear that go wrong, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he young.
Stiarty.
Let's come together and support our leader,
so things could get better
with a brighter future.
Young and old has gather round, everywhere that he touched down. Effective leadership and glow. In TNT, we love him so.
Stiarty. A man with energy, always checking for me. Don't let up at all, just answer when we call. Stiarty.
With ear that go wrong, he always vibrant and he's strong, energetic and he young.
Stiarty.
We start to get the doctors to go to homes to visit the elderly. Blah 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 blah. We have the plans. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
When she come for your vote, go loud. Lying to you selling for so loud. Tanti comes and the cabal push back and all. When they want your vote, tell come now. Blah 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 blah. When she come for your vote, go loud. Blah 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 blah. Anybody wearing yellow? Blah 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 blah. When she come for your vote, go
blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
I know UNC, how to support UNC. Allegedly they are a bunch of RSCISTs. What they gonna do next? Maybe start a coup, yeah. The treason us, she wrote the US to sanction us. Never forget, election is almost here. Kamala not gonna win nowhere. A landslide victory is so unfair. Take heart medicine, I hope you prepare. Tell them to go from here. We only vote for the Bali's here. PNM born, PNM till I dead. Red is the word, show me that you don't know. So when she come for your vote, go loud. Lying to you selling for so loud. Tanti comes and the cabal push back and all. When they want your vote, tell come now. Blah 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 blah. When she come for your vote, go blah 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 blah. Anybody wearing yellow? Blah 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 blah. When she come for your vote, go blah 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 blah. Anybody wearing yellow? I know UNC, how to support UNC. Nothing about from and round T politics to be good for TNT. Yes, I can't vote for she. Come on.
And I, as MP for San Fernando West, delivered 31 projects. And in 2020, I produced a flyer. I said that I would do 11 things. In fact, I did 10 out of the 11. That is a 91% record. But I want to tell you what I did with $1.5 billion. Close to the 1.3 that them owing we. Lady Hales widening done. 67 million. Mbakadere, we repurposed that in the boots. 5 million. Carlton Lane housing done. 60 million. Waterfront reclamation done. 136 million. Plaza San Carlos being built, 61 million. San Fernando Fishing Port done, 38 million. San Fernando Family Court done, handed over March 18 for 14,000 people to stop going Port of Spain, done. Bayshore Housing done at 15.6 million. Hospital Car Park done at 140 million. Skinner Park done at 160 million. Wastewater Treatment Plant at 654 million, done. Fishing Port at 38 million, done. PTSD relocation 15 million, done. Housing to go up at $207 million, done in terms of development and positions.
Do you remember the time when this lady was appointed as your health minister?
Okay, we heard you, so shut up now.
What would have happened to us with her under COVID-19?
I only entered political arena because I taught the new prime minister. So the new prime minister wanted me as part of her government. She made me a minister of health. I caused chaos. I told doctors they were making mistakes. They hated the fact that I pointed out they were making mistakes.
How many of you can recall Section 34?
It is clear that a deliberate attempt was made to deceive our parliament, and by extension, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Former Minister of Justice, Mr. Herbert Vonley, indicated that all cabinet ministers was in on Section 34, with no objections.
The former minister also said that when the note was taken to cabinet to have Section 34 proclaimed, none of the ministers, including the ones present at the July 24th meeting, raised any objections.
Kamala claimed that her cabinet was misrepresented on the matter of Section 34. As a Prime Minister, why would she have accepted to amend the law without careful review?
The Prime Minister offered the head of one Herbert Volney on a plate, saying that he was the single and sole person responsible for misrepresenting a position to the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, and that his misrepresentation is what resulted in the Cabinet collectively agreeing to proclaim law which has been described as an absurdity.
They look at the grassroots people of this nation as stupid people, that they could commit this kind of an act and get away with it.
I maintain
I have done no wrong. I have lied to no one. And that is just legal jargon that was put in that statement. Unfortunately, I have to say, I do not believe that the Prime Minister wrote that statement.
Do you expect anything to change? What we can expect, however, is Kamala putting a person like this into office.
Call me racist, but I stand with my words. Ladies and gentlemen, and all African around the world, if you do not behave like an old nigger, nobody will call you an old nigger. It is a behavior. Educate yourselves.
Know the difference. Remember the past. Don't be fooled.
Blessed good morning to all. What code are they talking about? What code are they jumping and prancing for a few dollars about code and yellow and code and all that kind of nonsense? All they really knows what goes on inside of the UNC? All they know anything? All they just jump in. All they know what's going on inside of the UNC? I was in the belly of the UNC. And I could tell you what was going on inside there. I was in the UNC because I have decided I am going to fight for good governance in this country. And I will continue to do so. But let me tell you what happened. The second or the last meeting we had in Rampasad building, when the leader called me and asked me, Victor, what we need to do to win this election? And I said to her, look, all we need to do is to get rid of those individuals who is involved in corruption, who has allegations of corruption against them. Once the name jumping in corruption, put them in the back. Find young, fresh, bright individuals to put in the front line. You know what was said to me? You know what was said to me? What was said to me is, Victor Roberts, what you want me to do? Remove people like Ratiram and Padarat and Munilal and others and put people like you? What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? All of you jumping and balling, yellow is code. What does that mean? You work it out. To the end of the day, I led many protests against the Rowley administration. Many. Never one day looked for a cent from any one of them inside of the UNC to conduct my protests. I did it out of my own pocket. Never look for a cent, because good governance is not looking for something. Good governance is not jumping and prancing. Good governance is to ensure that you have people and hold them accountable for their actions. You see that new chapter that Stuart Young speaks of? That is what I intend to follow, because inside of that new chapter, there's a place for everybody. In that new chapter, ladies and gentlemen, it speaks of the development of the young people. It speaks of the energy sector. It speaks of the agriculture sector. It speaks about every ministry, national security, code of ethics. Everything is inside there. And that is what we must stand for. So I am prepared to give Stuart Young that chance to unroll that new chapter. And let me tell you this. Inside of that new chapter, there is a place for the young and the future generation. This is what we need in this country. It's about time people stop thinking about self and put country first. That is the mission going forward. So you see all this dotishness about yellow is the code for a few dollars. Look, all you get off of that idiotic kind of thinking. Because let me tell you this before I close. All that is to put a cent in your pocket for today. But how are you going to live tomorrow? The new chapter is the way to go. And I am supporting Stuart Young and the new chapter going forward. I go on.
Oh, yes. So we are back. Eric, it's the countdown. We have 40 more minutes to go.
It's too much to tell Jesus that is a worry night.
Correct?
Too much to tell Jesus. Guys, so the countdown is on to the polling
No
station.
more Jesus.
So the opening of the polling stations, there's roughly 7 hours and 40 minutes, sorry. The polling stations to open. 7 hours and 20 minutes, 40 minutes. I keep saying 20 minutes. Before polling stations are officially open to go and cast your ballot. People, they have 2 hours to go and cast your ballot. Please, please, I am begging citizens of this country. You are allotted 2 hours. It is in the constitutional of the EBC that all workers within the public and private sectors are allotted 2 hours voting time to go and cast your ballot. Please do not take the 2 hours and go and shop, go and sleep, to do everything other than casting your ballot. Don't wait. 2 hours too much is to wait. Take that 2 hours and go and cast your ballot. You can do it before you go to work in the morning, or you can do it after you finish work in the evening. But polling station open 6 in the morning until 6 tomorrow evening. Once there are 200 people in the compound of the polling station, you will be allotted to vote by the time 6 o'clock. Anybody come after the 200 after 6, you would not be allowed to vote. So make it your duty and go and cast your ballot resoundingly for your 41 PNM candidates in your various constituencies. Right. Fellas, back over to you.
Okay, so this is the countdown now, and really and truly 40 more minutes to go before we say go and take your sleep.
Get up early
to head to the polls.
No. Do it right. Do it right, sir. Do it properly, fearless. In the morning, God's willing, after God, you get up, you say your prayers, you're thanking God for a restful night, and to give you the strength and the courage and the willpower and the mindset to go down to the polling station and cast your ballots. When you're done say your prayers, you brush your teeth, right? You put on you take a shower, you put on your clothes. Now, there are certain colors you are not to be wearing, or should I say, are not permitted to be wearing. Yellow, red, orange, white, blue, green. The 2 type of blue, royal blue and sky blue. Jumbie green, PDP. IDA, a kind of purplish lilac, and black. So 8 colors you are not allowed to wear. I say again, red, blue, orange, sky blue, white, black, purplish, lilac, yellow. Those are colors that will signify that you are representing some form of fashion of parties. So avoid that, right? When you're done do that, you done you say your prayers, you brush your teeth, you have a shower. You grab your brolly. You know it's a brolly? Your umbrella. Just in case the rain choose to fall, wear something comfortable in your foot. Walk with your polling cards and your ID card. If you don't have your polling card, one will be provided for you at your polling station once your name is on the revised list. if you don't have your ID card, you can still vote with your passport and your driver's license. Once your name is on the revised list, you are entitled to vote with these documents, right? If you don't have your ID card.
No, Eric. No, Eric. You can't vote with your passport.
Yes, Fearless.
No,
It is there. You
what
can use your ID card or you can use your permit or your passport. It is there.
No.
It
What they will
is there.
do is
It is there. Hello. It is in the Constitution. It is there. You can, if you don't have your ID
no.
card, you can use your. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Eric, what
It
they
is
will do
there.
is
You can
when you buy
use
now.
your. If you don't have your ID card, Fearless, you can use your driving permit or your passport. Once your name is on the revised list of electors, it is in the Constitution of the EBC.
Well, let's play it and let's see if you are right. Let's play. Director, play it for me, please. Let's play.
To vote is simple. The Elections and Boundaries Commission advises that before Election Day, you should receive your poll card in the mail. Open it to find the address of your polling station. Keep the poll card safe and take it with you on Election Day. If you did not receive your poll card in the mail, you can still vote. A poll card will be prepared for you at your polling station. You can also visit the EBC's website at www.ebctt.com or call the hotline at 785-8206 or 785-8211 to find your polling station. On Election Day, you should check the list posted outside your polling station for your name and number. Where there are several polling stations on the same compound, an information officer will direct you to your polling station. Polling agents who act on behalf of candidates are there to witness the process. If your name is on the list of electors and you have a valid ID card, you join the green line. All other persons, including physically incapacitated, blind or visually impaired persons, should join the red line. You are required to sign your poll card in front of the poll clerk. The deputy presiding officer examines your hands and fingers. If there is no evidence of electoral ink stains, you're issued a ballot paper. The deputy presiding officer also demonstrates how to mark and fold a ballot paper using the guidance ballot and how to vote with the X stamp. The ballot paper is folded to display the initials of the deputy presiding officer and the polling station number. A blind, visually impaired or physically incapacitated person is allowed to vote with the assistance of a companion. In the privacy of the voting booth, you vote by placing an X at the right of your candidate's symbol. If you make a mark other than an X, your ballot will be rejected and not counted. Fold your ballot paper as you were previously shown by the deputy presiding officer and proceed to the officer in charge of the ballot box. Display your folded ballot paper with the initials of the deputy presiding officer and polling station number. You will then be required to dip your finger in the electoral ink before you are allowed to place your ballot paper in the ballot box. If you refuse to dip your finger in the electoral ink, you will not be allowed to vote. When you've finished with this process, wipe off the excess ink. Any problem you encounter in the polling station should be brought to the attention of the presiding officer. To vote is your right. Exercise it. A message from the Elections and Boundaries Commission, your partners in democracy.
When did you see passport? Did you see passport?
Listen to me. Hold on.
Did you see
I'm going
passport?
just now. I am going to pull up. At present day, I am looking to pull up the constitution of the EBC, right? That's now. Give me 2 minutes. I'll look for it.
You still?
Duh, it was obvious. I was looking for it when they was playing the video.
But okay. You cannot vote with your passport. If you don't have your ID card, they will go and they will pull the binary. The binary is the big book with yourself with all your information on it. They will then tell you, they will pull it out, you will see it, they will identify you, and then you will be allowed to vote. But you cannot vote with your passport nor your driver's permit. And the reason why I can tell you that is because I have all the information on what you're supposed to have when you are going to vote. I am not giving you second-hand, third-hand, or misinformation, but I'm giving you correct information. Only your ID card will be allowed. If you don't have an ID card, if you can't find your ID card, they will pull that binary book. You will swear. If you have to write here and everything, only your ID card is used for voting.
I beg to disagree.
Okay. Okay. But I don't know what. Well, no, well, I don't know what part of the law you saw that. But okay.
You see, if I give me a little more time and I pull it up,
No,
don't
I don't
worry.
want to give more time because I'm telling you, I have all the documentation facing me in front of my face on what is required and what is not required. so, so I'm telling you, you cannot use your passport, nor could you use. If you can't find it, then it's a little too small, Director, for me. Hold on, let me just let's see this thing here. Clearly, let me just see if I can see this thing a little bigger. Let me see if I can see this thing big.
Oh gosh. Hear what? Southern Nubian princess, I humbly apologize. I humbly apologize. I humbly apologize. No, yes, you can wear colors, but you just can't wear the party symbols of the party you're supporting. So I humbly apologize, Empress. You can wear the colors.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let me.
Not very small.
All right, no, I could read it here. I could read it here. Let me read it for you. Once the elector's name is on the voters list, and he or she has a valid identification card, that person is allowed to vote. Let me read it again. Once the elector name is on the voters list and he or she has a valid identification card, that person is allowed to vote. No check of the unit register is required. Hence, the voting process can be completed in a short time. 2, a person can vote without having an ID card once his or her name is on the voters list. However, the unit register must be checked, and once that person's registration record is located, you know what I say? Then when they put the big book, the binary book, once that person's registration card is located, a comparison is made. They watch you, they watch your card, they watch you, they watch that. Right? A comparison is made with a photo of the registration record in order to verify the prospective voter. Thereafter, the electorate is required to affirmation, which he had to swear, form number 53, oath of the elector without identification card, meaning that they don't want none, so you have to swear that that is you. The information is subsequently recorded on the polling card and the polling station diary. So they have a diary and they will do it. So yeah, that is the law. You understand?
Take win, right?
No, I don't want to take win. That is the law, and I can't understand Trinidadians, you know. Yeah.
Take win, oh gosh, take win.
You know what I'm telling you? I have all the laws in front of me, and you doubted me, you know. I still am watching them, you know.
Take win, man. Take win.
Until we get a point up for you.
You understand? Well, I knew that. I just wanted to make sure.
No, that's why I told people that if your name is not on the list, if your name is, if you don't have your ID card, they will look at the binary and they will then watch the card inside of there and watch you thing and then you sign.
I knew that, right? I knew that. I just
You
tried
knew
to,
that?
me. Of course, I knew that. I knew you can use you can use passport and permit. But I would have saw it on a UNT page. And I came and I think I wanted no, I knew you cannot use no other form of ID card. I mean ID unless it's an ID card. I know that. It's not normal voting. But I just choose to go down the road to see your reaction, what you will do. You cannot, come on, let's be real. You cannot use your permit because your permit is for driving. And they cannot use your passport because your passport is for traveling.
No, but really and truly.
So, well, it has some people really don't understand and they don't know it.
Yeah, but you see, we can't be doing that at this late stage, telling people them thing, because at the end of the day, if we put out misinformation and they do go out there and they say, hey, you know, I was watching Dauntless Defenders of Good Governance last night, and I see and no, they're saying you, they're saying they say you can vote with a passport and you can vote with a driver's permit.
Listen to
No,
me. I know I getting licks right now. I getting licks. Right now I getting licks on the chat right now.
No, because really, you gotta get with the pot spoon too. You gotta get with the pot spoon too.
Nah, but guys, first of all, let me humbly apologize for that thing, because it's really and truly I knew you can use your you can alone. So I just try to just kind of show off the whole live as well. So I humbly apologize, people. Don't kill me. I know it's just your ID card alone you have to use. I just choose to just throw in the passport and the permit. But it's just your ID card alone you have to use. to cast your ballot. If you don't have it, you have to do the needful. And just what Philip said, that what you have to do. So let me just apologize to everybody. Because I know sometimes I tend to play the fool when I really at times.
Yeah, no, I keep telling you, stop studying them people and them on the other side. They will get in trouble. But when you studying the people on the other side, and they putting out misinformation and you regurgitating that misinformation, while you laughing, them laughing too, because the person is saying, look, we catch one. And you never know. Let me say 10 or 15 voters passed through and was listening and they saying, but you know, I do have my ID card in the morning, I have my passport. Or they not even registered the vote and they go in with the passport because they never had an ID card. And they go in with the passport. That, you know, and they call me name. You know how bad that will look? Just know that, you know how bad it will look? I'm saying it's not me. I never put out that. It's the man who was sitting down there who said that. Not me. I didn't put out that. But the countdown is on. All officers of the EBC who will be out tomorrow morning, let me just say, please, 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 if you know you're going to be getting out here and you'll be coming out tomorrow, make sure for your safety, because I know a number of you will have to reach to work for 4 o'clock in the morning. So just know that if you have to reach to work for 4 o'clock in the morning, please, please, please get to your respective polling agents, your respective polling stations for voting tomorrow early in the morning, and also ensure that you it's going to be a long day. All workers who are polling agents or observers for the respective parties, please be mindful that when you come on any compound, EBC compound, because all the schools will be turning into EBC compound once they are using it for election purposes. So nobody is to come on the people compound drunk. Nobody is to go on the people compound talking politics. Between the hours of 6 to 6, that will be off limits on that day, which is tomorrow. We have reached the final stage. Eric, somebody say Eric gonna sleep there. Well, don't look na man, don't be blah 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 blah. Eric, okay, like Eric froze. Like Eric froze. So, but what the look na man? So as we come to the countdown, yeah boy, Eric can't hold up that mantra at all, boy. Eric couldn't hold up the mantra. Yes, the big day tomorrow. And really and truly, I want you all to be safe out there early in the morning. Those who go into the polling stations early, be safe. Do not detour. Remember the detractors and them. Remember the people who want to stop you, voter suppressionists. Remember that there are people who will be looking to stop you from going to vote. If they asking you who you're going to vote for, tell them, I just go by the polling station, I go and vote, and I go in and vote. That is all. Don't tell them who you're going to vote for, because we know that the UNC is planning to tie strap and kidnap the People's National Movement people from going and vote.
But there's something, eh?
Nobody that you're
Right
going by the
now,
polling station to vote for Dom, Dick, and Harry. That is your personal and that is your sacred right. Do not tell nobody. Imagine that, eh?
right now,
Eric,
I
sit
stay
down
quiet.
there.
I ain't saying nothing.
You
Because right now,
must
people,
you sit down there sleeping on the walk, man.
I wasn't sleeping, so I fall off and I tell you, lock my back in.
Eric, your eyes was shut down there.
But I get for I fall off the live.
Well, I don't you're Chinese eye, you know. You're not Chinese eye like my eye.
No, I'm not sleeping, okay? Or they might think I'm sleeping, my eyes sleeping. My eyes are open.
You don't have Chinese eye. Your eye big. So, yeah, and you have your glasses. So everybody can see your eye.
No, I'm not, but I'm not sleeping at the whole thing.
All right, so you get up now.
I'm not
All
sleeping
right.
much.
No, you get up now because.
No, remember when I want glasses for a long period watching that screen, I was sleeping.
All right, all right. You're like them children, you know. Go in your bed, you're sleeping. No, I'm not sleeping. I'm watching the TV, but the TV watching you.
Nah, I kind of play now how that people I apologize and tell people I don't have time.
Oh, well, okay.
I don't have time for that.
No, but
Yeah,
really,
and then,
no, but tomorrow, do not be intimidated when you go out there. Voter suppression is real. Do not be intimidated. Don't let nobody ask you who you're going to vote for. Don't let nobody follow you. If you see somebody following you and you're close to the polling station,
run,
ball out, scream, make the police aware that somebody behind you, and they will help you. Each polling
right?
station will have police officers, and no that people who go and stand up outside the polling station
No
to guide you.
canvassing, no canvassing.
No canvassing is to take place outside polling stations.
None. No canvassing and no political influence. Or should they influence you in who to vote for?
So be mindful. Go out there early in the morning. I will be out early in the morning. So, in fact, I'll be around. I'll be around town.
Well, folks, I must say, as the hours inches closer and closer and closer, it's just a mere 6 hours and 10 minutes to go until the polling stations are officially open to welcome 1.1 million eligible voters across Trinidad and Tobago in the 41 constituencies. So, like what Fearless said, don't let nobody try to intimidate you, try to influence you, or try to make inducements of give you some money. You know someone got to pay you money and not to go and vote.
Mm-hmm.
My gear, they'll give you a little $3,000 or a little $5,000 not to go and vote. Take the money and still go and vote.
No, I don't want no money. I don't want no money. I don't want no money. I don't want the UNC
No,
money.
one thing. Take the money and when you're done, you can probably give it to charity. You know what I mean? But they will try to bribe you, all sorts of irregularities. I would not stand with the EBC's policy. Just don't fall for it. Don't even, if that's a question, what you going to vote for? I'm going to vote for the man above. Vote for Gordon. Tell them just so. What you going to vote for? The man above, Gordon. Understand? But people, as of midnight, all campaigning ceased in the next 10 minutes, but it will still be going on social media. Trying to get that last push for the electorate to be a bit confident and convincing to go and do their civic duty. So, election 2025 is almost here. Let's make good use of it.
Well, and
go out and do
remember,
what we have to do.
Yes, and remember also, tomorrow morning is Miss Sharon Felix program, and she'll be starting at 6 in the morning. So when polls open, you'll be seeing Miss Sharon Felix. Well, I hope she'll be there early in the morning and she wouldn't go and vote early in the morning. She won't be there tomorrow. Oh, well, you will see. Well, tomorrow because of the election, she will be out out and about, doing a lot of work outside on the field.
With Terrence
in the St. Joseph, in the St. Joseph constituency. Also, well, I know at 12 will be Pastor Google, and I'm not too sure if they will have a show tomorrow. But they can have a show like normal, just do not talk nothing with politics in it. So,
right.
Don't think he will be there either. Well,
I think, and just a little reminder, people, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., the sale of alcohol and alcohol beverages will be ceased until 6 p.m. So all shops, bars, groceries, these places will cease to sell these alcohol until after 6 p.m. So you know when typical Trinidadian drink rum, what does take place? So between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., the sale of alcohol is a no-no. Whether it's under the counter, over the counter, in the side road, in the side parlor, all that you got. That is an offense. And once the police see you with a beverage in your hand, whether it's a carib, a stag, what have you, it's an offense until 6 p.m.
And don't let nobody, don't let nobody tell you that your polling station is here, your polling station is there. Go into the respective polling station, ask a question. There will be drivers who will be working the routes for these different to bring people to the polling stations. So you can go and find out who is driving and you'll see the cars marked. So
correct.
You can jump in a car, you don't have to pay the driver, and they will drive you
to the polling
to the polling
station.
station.
After, and upon completion, they will drop you back home.
Yeah, they will drop you back home. That depends if you want to go back home. But please be mindful that we have reached the junction now, and in the next 7 minutes, we will be shutting down on our part because we don't want to
Have you all up late.
not just have them up, but we don't want to breach the laws of Trinidad and Tobago from our point of view. We want to stay focused because
Within
tomorrow
the
night,
correct.
yeah, and tomorrow night we will be down at Balize House.
We will be
early.
celebrating with all our 24 or 25 MPs that will form the next administration in Trinidad and Tobago, and that is the People's National Movement.
And remember, please, tomorrow, please do not get into any kind of bacchanal or any troublemaking with any other candidate or any other party. Just go do what you had to do
And leave.
and leave.
Don't long talk with anybody that way you do, who you think with, and what is what. And you know, oh, we have to chatterbox. Right?
So,
you go, you cast the ballot, you leave. If anybody asks you, who you vote for, I say, man above. Tell them man above.
So the 5 things to do on election day.
Wake up early.
early.
Say your prayer. Eat something.
Breakfast.
You can do that after when they come back, you know.
No, eat breakfast because we don't want nobody falling down and then I go to the hospital and then they take a whole 10 hours. Yeah, and
that's
then
true, because hey, people are Chinese, you know, they go try all kind of trick in the book.
You telling me? Don't take nothing. There's a 6 one, you know. Don't take no juice, no water, no nothing from nobody. You go, you eat your breakfast home, you call everybody, and you go and you vote.
And vote resoundingly for the People's National Movement.
So people, it's 11:56 in Trinidad and Tobago.
4 minutes to midnight until we ring in the election morning.
So
right.
Could I have that song? Yes.
So before you go, let me just say I want to thank everyone on Bounce Up on all the various platforms and all the chatters, the commenters, all the PNM social media I don't want to say influencers, but the persons who want to push the information out to the public space so people will have an idea on who should be the right choice to govern this country. So thank you all for the 6 weeks of intense electioning, campaigning, and it all boils down to 24 hours from now as who is going to be the ninth Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So guys, it was a pleasure for the last 5 to 6 hours. So let us get there, take your family, everybody, and let's go and do the right thing. Elect your candidate who you feel that will govern your constituency, you, and by extension, the country of Trinidad and Tobago. So this is Eric here. I am going to rest now because I have to get up about next 4 hours to head to work. So, but be safe. And we shall see you all tomorrow night live at Balize House, as we would say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM. And we have secured another 5-year term. 2025, 2030, here we comes. Bless that everybody. Fearless, I was here. Director, send me out.
All right, standing.
Join up in the east, yeah. Team up in the west, yeah. We got this. Hey. We got this. Hey. Hey.
So many youths in service now, that's an honor. You are my friend, my sister, and my brother. But what we got to do? Turn up in the east, yeah. Big up President's family. Team up in the west, yeah. Calling out everybody. Here and we come together. Unified and we're stronger. Stand up there as we come to do this one. Cause every day we keep on, and the journey we keep on. When water run more than flour, not even water could stop this fire. But we stand like there as we come to do this work. Stand up and we fix up fix up. Now one we link up link up. We go tell we build up. Build Tobago as one. Turn the country down over. The key and the love. It's the way that we love. From our representation. Hey, we got this. We got this. We got this. PNM. We got this. We got this. We got this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting? On election day. Don't care what they say. Who you voting for? PNM. Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting for? Who you voting? On election day. Don't care what they say. Who you voting for? PNM. We got this.
Take no chance. Protect your future. On the